Good morning. Okay, y'all. I know we're right about to start, so I came on right in time. I got up this morning, y'all, and I saw that the prosecution had on their red, like it's about to be a bloody day or something. So I said, you know what? Let me go see if I have something that I can wear to kind of put something on during the stream because this is a very big day. I found my little shirt with my little fringes. I didn't even know I had this shirt. So instead of them trying to give bloody Monday, we're going to give a little Christmas Monday because they're red with my green. It's giving Christmas. It's giving jolly. It's giving the guys are going to be home, and that's going to be the biggest present for their families for this year. So that's what we're going to do today, okay? That's what we're going to do. Y'all even threw a little foundation on. Now, I wasn't going to go far highlighting contour and all of that, but the least I could do was put on some foundation, put some earrings on, try to look like something on this stream today, okay? So this is where we are, y'all. They are about to start closing arguments. I'm feeling nervous like I'm there. Nervous like I'm going to be listening to these in court today. So it's gonna be a long stream today. I have my water. Why my glasses look crooked today, y'all? There we go. I have my water. I have you guys. It's gonna be a day today. Now let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and put up the stream. Just because so that we can kind of see what's going on. And we'll see what's going on. But let me just tell you guys something that's crazy. I want to thank my accountability group. Thank you, Shawty Ray. I want to thank my accountability group. Right before I went live today, I definitely said a prayer. And it felt so good not to just be giving a fly-by-night prayer, but an actual prayer for these young men, like, and myself. I never really have a deep prayer right before live, but it felt good to do that. And I owe that to my accountability group. Listen, Key, I wanted to put on lashes the whole nine, but I didn't have time for that because leave it to Melanie to stay up until 3 o'clock this morning and have to be up. I got up at 7:45, 8:45 them time. I still got to get myself cleaned up. I've got to go get water, take Barchi out. So I didn't get to do my walk today, but I absolutely did get to have prayer this morning. And I'm talking about a targeted prayer this morning, not just God, oh my God, work your magic out in here. It was nothing like that. Actual prayer. So I owe that to my accountability group. I started seeing you guys, I started seeing you guys in the group, and I wanted to go ahead and hold on. Hold on. Just a second, y'all. Okay. So yeah, back to what I was saying. I appreciate the accountability group for the differences, the changes that you guys are helping make in my life. I hope everyone who's in the accountability group, Harper, you messaged me on Instagram. Okay, I'll check it. So you know it's me. Okay, Harper, I'll check it and I'll send you the link to the group. But I absolutely appreciate you guys. I cannot believe we've gotten to closing statements. I just knew we were going to be here until Christmas. And you know what, DJ Mommy, I should have done a smoky eye and a wingtip, but I didn't want to be too late. I only put on foundation today. I did not do my brows. I have nothing else on except foundation. And I absolutely should have done a smoky eye and a wingtip. But I don't care for that lady, so I don't need to be out here repeating her stuff. I don't need to be doing all of that. I think Lil forgot her war paint, baby. She might be so pissed, Key. We lucky she in there. Well, she lucky she in the building. She is lucky she is in the building. I turned on, I said, not they got on red. Bloody Monday is what I'm gonna call today, guys. Listen, too pretty. I don't know, but I do. Her hair looks like it's freshly molded down, like she may have gotten it cut or something. So yeah, unique. I have my water. I don't really do coffee, but I do have my water. I should have gotten some tea, but I do have my water. I hope everyone in this chat, you know what? Let's do it now. Let's do it now while they're not out here. Bloody Monday is what I guess the prosecution called today. Okay. The devil in the red dress. I know that's right, Zeus. Can you guys this morning give me 3 things you are grateful for? I'm absolutely going to say I'm grateful I woke up this morning. I'm grateful to be in good health, and I am grateful to be on this stream. I'm going to be even more grateful if I get through this stream and it doesn't cut off on me. Because y'all, I woke up this morning, I'm like, all night I kept jumping in and off of Wi-Fi, and I was like, I'm so scared to stream today. But I'm too scared. It says she has her water too. I'm too scared, but I said I prayed for it. I said, God, let me get through this stream. Waking up, that's good, Kia. Good morning, Isis. Good morning, breath, health, and the power to keep going. I love that. My child, happy and healthy. Amen, Kia. My job, my kids, my health. I love that. Health, life, family, and having a job. Amen to that. Life, health, and family. I love that. Woke up healthy in my family. I love that. My husband and my son. I know that's right, friend. Family and good health. Grateful for life, health, and in my right mind. That's such an undervalued thing to be grateful for. Us being in our right minds this morning. Waking up, good health and family, life, health, and my needs are met. Okay. Yes, ma'am. And my children, yes, y'all, I am loving the gratitude that is being shown today. My daughter, my family, and life in general. Amen to that. Waking up this morning, healthy and positive family and friends. I love that. And Tasha says, grateful for God's protection. Amen. My life and the people in my life. I love that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate um our accountability group with the millionaires because we're really trying to get our, as our friend said, mind, body, and soul together. Okay. Hey Taylor, good morning. Life, health, and the ability to sit in rooms I never thought I was qualified for. Ooh, Taylor, come on. Isis said another day, my family and definitely my health. Amen. Bria says good health, family, and God's favor, because favor ain't fair, baby. Favor is not fair. Favor ain't fair, y'all. Favor ain't fair, but listen. Just another day. The Lord has kept us. Amen. Grateful for. Oh, thank you, Shaniqua. I'm grateful for you guys too. Hold on. I am grateful for you guys too. Y'all some Ash, it's too early. It's too early. Yes, great things today. Great things today. I love that we Barchi. Listen, Barchi, now start is too early. Can be positive with each other, because this has been a journey, especially for me. This thing is going to be over today. Okay, hold up, y'all. Let me see what she's saying.
Yes, it's working. I can't see it, so okay. Well, that one's nowhere near as critical as the one that the jury is going to see. Okay, we need you to go get us up and running in our overflow courtroom. Why that wasn't done before now, I'm not sure, but you may.
Ooh. Dang. Paige gonna go out with a bang. Dude, an overflow courtroom. An overflow courtroom. We may, y'all, today on the stream, we may get a lot of new people here. If anybody, y'all know, we try to keep it positive, keep it cool. So y'all got to help me, y'all. Hopefully I don't accidentally block the wrong people today. But listen, this is going to probably be an emotional day. Paige looked like she annoyed. Court just started. She's annoyed, but I don't think some of the tools and devices that they wanted to use during their closing arguments, I don't think they were available in the courtroom, and that's probably what's hitting her, like ticking her off. But man, I just know she woke up this morning like, this is my last damn day. You know how you start, you put in your 2 weeks notice and you just start taking stuff home bit by bit, because on that last day you walking up out that. You know what I'm saying? Paige has probably started to box up all YSL related stuff, start putting all them damn emails in a special folder, because if it goes on appeal, they're gonna need everything. She probably done already started. She didn't start grouping stuff together. Paige probably had Miss Percival start boxing that stuff up last week. They have finally gotten here. Good morning, everyone that's joining. They have finally gotten here. Megan Page said she may have 12 more to go, Megan. But them 6 finna be out of that courtroom, okay? Shawty Red Page might need a cookie cake this morning. She might need a cookie cake. They said she saw love walk in. Baby, Paige is probably so ready for this trial to end. No, Key. Because she is this one got to go. She want everything. I'm telling y'all, she gonna start off fresh. She's gonna start off fresh. Get it out of here is what Paige is probably saying. Thank you, Summer. Thank you, Summer. Listen, get Duke where the cookie cake's at. Duke don't want to go near that courtroom, I'm sure. Now, y'all, listen, I told you guys, I really thought Love was going to do the closing argument. So it's going to be interesting to see if she is. I kind of wanted to do them. I think the jury can't stand her just like us. She about to be good and lit Thursday. Do you hear me, Ash? Good and lit. All right. She is going to probably be good.
Using a mic when you're giving your closing so that everybody can hear what's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right. I think there's at least one camera up and running in our overflow courtroom now. So I think we're ready to get the jury out. If you want to.
Okay, guys.
Ms. Percival said there was, so I believe her.
Oh, God. Wow. Court is probably packed. I agree, Kian.
Miss Hilton, did you figure out whether that one exhibit was actually admitted?
Yes, Your Honor, we were able to figure out that it was admitted, as 60G.
Okay.
60G. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. We're ready for the jury.
Thank you, Queen Mother. And Abate's ties burgundy. He must didn't get the memo. So I'm going to tell you now, guys, I'm going to be on mute for most of it. If it's something really crazy, I'll punch in, but I'm going to try to stay on mute so that you guys can enjoy these closing arguments. Child. And Miss Hilton still look a little big. Love's got a good fit to hers. Oh, if we need to elaborate, the people over here know we start, we stop, we check. So we need to elaborate. We absolutely will. But for the most part, I'm going to really try to not be punching in. and I'm sure they're gonna piss me off. I feel it. Yeah, Love's gonna be there. The whole team is there. Yep, Isis, that's true. It's Bloody Monday, Kaylin. That's why they're in red. Bloody Monday.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When you were last with us on Wednesday of last week, as you recall, the state had rested. I'm now going to ask the defense whether they wish to present evidence. Mr. Sharp, does the defense have evidence to present on behalf of Mr. Stillwell?
Your Honor, we do not wish to present any.
Understood. All right. And Ms. Weinstein, does the defense wish to present evidence on behalf of Mr. Kendrick?
No, Your Honor, we do not feel that's necessary.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much. All right. That means that the evidence is closed. And the next step in this case is the closing arguments. Because the state has the burden of proof in this case, the state will make an initial closing argument. The defense will then have an opportunity to present any closing argument that they wish to present. And the defense, if the defense does present closing, then the state will then have a final opportunity at summation. All right, sure who's going to present the opening on behalf of the state, but whomever that is, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Give me just a second.
Now, why the hell Atkins up?
Before you start.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is going to be amusing to some of you, but overflow actually is 5D and not 1D. So maybe that's why I was saying it the whole time. All right, you can go ahead, Mr. Adkins. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Atkins. That must gonna tag team
Turn
it,
the
y'all.
microphone on, Your Honor, or I'll forget.
Atkins?
Good morning, Mr. Jury. I wanted to talk to you about what we've learned YSL is about. And 4 words come to mind. The first word, deception, intimidation, destruction, and death. Deception of the youth who get enamored with what is presented publicly and then deceived when they become a part of the criminal enterprise. Deception for law enforcement to not uncover the actions that they commit, and deception in this very courtroom with witnesses that have sat right before you to try to continue that enterprise. Intimidation, the public videos we've seen about people that they label as rats, people that they label as snitches or snitching, and that repeated threat, either overt, out in the open, or subtle, that if we do a crime to you or you know about it, don't say anything. The destruction has multiple parts. You've heard from multiple communities all throughout Fulton County that often similar pockets in the city have been affected, from dealing drugs, the robberies, the shootings, the shell casings, the windows, the doors, the refrigerators, the cars, over and over. That's the destruction. And then you've heard about the death. Jeffrey Williams himself said, YSL, in this video after he says murder gang, someone right next to him says YSL till we're dead pale. But also, you've heard about 3 murders: Donovan Thomas, Chanel Drinks, and Jamari Holmes. That is what YSL and criminal enterprise is about. Now, I'm going to talk to you about count 1 RICO and criminal street gang. And so when I am complete at the end, Ms. Hilton will come up and talk to you about the murder of Donovan Thomas and the murder of Chanel Drinks and the remaining counts. Now, what I just said, it's not just my words. This is the deception, intimidation, destruction, and death that I just spoke to you about. Murder gang in my slime is above the law. But in Fulton County, nobody is above the law, and that's why you're here.
You already know why I said we dead and pale, bitch. Murder gang, bitch. Yeah. Slap. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that.
Those are their own words, murder gang. What they are publicly stating that the enterprise and the street gang, and I may use both of those terms interchangeably today, are about.
I don't think y'all nigga got more than us is dead now.
This in your video?
There's a we and a us. He's saying the only thing that they have is more people who are deceased, which is saying that we don't. And the they, I argue from the evidence we've been presented amply throughout this trial, is their rivals, their ops. The Atlanta Blood Gang, Fifth Gang, Nine Dudes, YFN, that group. And lastly, after publicly bragging and boasting about murders, what is their viewpoint on being held accountable? Well, let me take their own words. Don't just take mine.
Just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer 30 for that. And my son's a brother law. Ain't arguing no credit.
That's saying my slimes are above the law. So now I'm going to equip you with the duty as jurors so that you can learn about the law that the judge will instruct you on, so that you can have the toolkits needed to deliberate and understand how to organize the evidence that we present. So that's what I'm going to here to do with you today. So I'm going to take a step back. In general, jurors' duties, it's to honestly seek the truth. You've heard evidence, testimony, physical items. It's not to seek doubt, it's to seek the truth. You determine, how you handle and weigh the evidence. And I'm going to highlight some things for you so that you can understand some connections between some of these evidence. Because there's connections between these shootings, connections between these crimes, locations, victims, and accomplices that's important for Count RICO. That's what I'm going to walk through you about right now. The duty to deliberate. When all of this is done, all of y'all will go back there and speak with one another. Speak freely with one another. Go through the evidence and talk about what you've heard throughout this trial, and talk with fellow jurors about the evidence as you reach your verdict. And like I said, seek the truth. Now, I'm going to explain to you in a couple minutes about what you can and can't consider. So everything outside of this circle comes up in almost every trial, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot. Sympathy for victims or defendants. Viewpoints on a witness. You like the witness, you don't like the witness. You like the police, you don't like the police. You think about some issue that comes up in a case that's not about the evidence and the law. You disagree with the law. All of those things you can't consider. What you can consider, it's going to populate in the middle, is the evidence, the testimony, the physical items, the videos, the wiretaps, the jail calls, all of those things you can consider at this trial. And it's not lost on me the length of this trial. And I can stand up here for 4 hours and explain to you my genuine understanding and frustration with how long you all and the sacrifices you've made. And what I thought about, because when you initially came on, it was 6 to 9 months, and now we're here 12 months later, and that is a significant difference. And there's one time in my life that came to mind about this. I couldn't do this again today, but I ran one marathon. When I got there that day, I was supposed to do a half marathon many years ago. And when I'm in line with one of my best friends who encouraged me to run, I see people much older than me. I won't call them old, but they may have been pushing 90, marathon. And so he gave me that look, and I said, all right, I'll do the marathon with you. And during that, expecting to run a half, that day running a full, I had moments where I wanted to quit. I had moments I wanted to walk. I had moments where I wasn't ready, I wasn't prepared, I didn't sign up for this, even though technically I agreed to it. And as I got to the end, like we are here, I said, if I walk off on mile 21 or 20, all of this will be for nothing, and I will regret that. So with this time, I ask you to see it through, finish strong, and by that I mean listen to the closing arguments and deliberate with one another in the evidence, because you owe it to yourself, you owe it to the victims, and you owe it to your duty as jurors. And like I said, what I wanted to do, because I can't go back and change the hands of time, I can't, is make this time valuable and give you the tools you need, because you've heard a lot about RICO, but you've not yet had anyone explain what that means. So that's my goal, and that's what I'm here to do, is to help that you can understand the law, how it fits with this evidence, so that you can deliberate and reach the only reasonable conclusion that these defendants and these co-conspirators are guilty of count one, conspiring to commit RICO. So I'm going to walk through that with you. Now this circle, I speak faster than I click, so it's gonna catch up with me, but like I said, you consider the evidence, the testimony, you don't consider what is outside. Now, burden of proof. The state has always had the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that I own. It's how it should be. And so the state, this burden of proof rests with it until we prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a reasonable doubt? Everyone's heard that term, but what does it actually mean? It's not a mathematical certainty. There's no algorithm or specific number. It is a doubt that's reasonable. It's not vague. And so this presumption, I use a cloak, right, where you're presumed innocent. Everyone is, until the state has proven your guilt on whatever crime, in this case, RICO, murder, street gang, beyond a reasonable doubt. For some of y'all, when you're back there deliberating and thinking through the evidence, you may have realized halfway through my speech today, when you understand RICO, that they're guilty. You might have come to that conclusion months ago. You may have come to that conclusion in terms of where we are in the evidence as you walk through it, at a different point. But when the state proves, as we have beyond a reasonable doubt, that cloak of innocence goes away. And that's what you as jurors are here to decide. And reasonable doubt, like I said, it's reasonable. You don't seek doubt, you seek the truth, and it's a doubt. It means just what it says. If I were to, I wouldn't do this, but if I took some from Madam Court, say her coffee pot, and there's a security camera right there. If all of y'all saw me do this, if I had a trial and never called one of y'all, I'm on trial for stealing Madam Court reporter's coffee mug. If you didn't, if you had a trial with just that surveillance video, and it clearly showed me unmasked, taken and leave, you wouldn't need all these witnesses. Or if you had a reverse, you didn't have a surveillance video, but you had an eyewitness or circumstantial evidence. Just because you don't have a piece of item or evidence doesn't necessarily mean reasonable doubt. It means just what it says. Is it reasonable? So I'm going to show you an illustration that is something we all recognize, which is a dollar bill. And you're going to see pieces of this dollar bill missing. And all of you will immediately recognize what it is. And like I said, it's not a mathematical certainty. It is reasonable doubt. That's the dollar bill, right? If you have pieces of the puzzle, and some of y'all may like puzzles that are removed, everyone knows that that's a $1 bill. There's no reasonable doubt that that is a $1 bill, even though almost 50% of it is gone. That's just a visual illustration to prove the point. Direct and circumstantial evidence. So direct evidence, physical items, it's what's said in this witness box before you, personal observations, that's all direct. Circumstantial evidence can be cell phone records, where people are within a general radius, ankle monitor data, what someone's actions afterwards, who's calling who, who's texting who. That can circumstantially prove and lead to a conclusion. Whereas, and you can use both. The law doesn't weigh direct or circumstantial more or less than the other. And then in trial, you're going to use both. And you always have your common sense, which you always have brought with you each day and can use when you deliberate to make reasonable deductions from both direct and certain things. They play off one another. Like I said, these are all direct evidence. Just think what you saw, what you heard. You know, if you were to physically touch a firearm or a shell casing, that would be tangible evidence. That's all direct. A good example for circumstantial is imagine every once a week, twice a week, you all go and pump gas. You pull up to the pump, you know your car has the E, it's flashing red. You go, put your credit card in, and you walk inside. You come out and you start pumping gas. And then when you leave, you put your credit card in, you hear it kind of click loudly, you know it's done. You put it back in, and you drive off, and all of a sudden what was on E is now on full, right? You never saw the gas go inside, but you know circumstantially that your car tank is full. That's a classic example of you may smell gas, but you never actually see it. You could, but most of the time you don't. That's circumstantial evidence. It can be quite strong, like that, like in that example. So it doesn't have any more or less weight than the other piece of evidence. Testimony of a single witness, if believed, is enough to establish a fact. Take Tarabia Hill, Act 61, the armed robbery that Christian Effinger did with YSL on his face, unmasked. If you believe, then I can't vouch or tell you the credibility of the witness. That's for y'all to determine. So if you believe her testimony, that's who robbed me, this is what he took, and then he drove off, a testimony of a single witness is enough to establish a fact. In that case, with her testimony, it would be every fact of armed robbery. So that's one example of a single witness can establish. Sometimes it's only one fact. Where is someone? Where's someone not? But in that case, that testimony would be enough to establish the evidence. So keep that in mind, because testimony is important. Like I said, you determine credibility. So you got to ask yourself, why did certain people testify how they did what they said? Now, I'll argue, you think about what people said before they were indicted, before their friends were indicted, before sitting in a courtroom with you and people that they know well. What do people say when no one's looking? On a wiretap, on a jail call? That, to me, is quite illuminating of how they really feel or think. Think about why people would testify how. Why people would either genuinely not remember or act like they don't. I'm sure all of y'all remember quite well my kind of long back and forth with the gentleman, D'Angelo White, right? Where we played a 911 call where he says, this is D'Angelo White. He wouldn't even acknowledge that. And it was a lot of back and forth. Why would he not come in here and testify about his friend, Dexter Montgomery, getting half of his head shot off when he was a kid? And he called 911. Why? You determine that. Now, I have reasons I'll explain to you why. But think about that. You can use common sense. Y'all been sitting right here, and there's a reason you're closest to the jury box, because y'all are the determiners of credibility. And y'all know and can think of examples as I'm talking right now throughout this trial that you've seen of that. Who doesn't have an interest, right? You have some, I'll use, someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, right? They come in, they test an item. They don't usually know the defendant. They don't know the case. They're just doing their job. They don't have, in my opinion, any stake in one outcome or the other. They don't know. A random citizen, or Doug Bailey talked about the ankle monitor data. He's just reading the data. Those kind of witnesses, I argue to you, can be quite credible because they don't have anything to gain. They have nothing to lose. Think about people who do and how that would impact their testimony. Their opportunity for knowing facts. If someone hangs out with one another, like Mary Zachary, you saw all these photographs in 2015. He's in photo after photo with Shannon Stillwell, Monte Kendrick, Mikiana Garlington. If someone interacts daily with someone, it's probably reasonable that he would know what they're up to, that they would confide in him. Versus if you had someone who only hung out with somebody one time, probably wouldn't be reasonable they'd know all their deepest, darkest secrets. That's just common sense, but things to think about. Now, I'm going to give you an example.
So, nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, Then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Fuck with you, bro.
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
That's what's said outside of the courtroom. These are all witnesses who testified that were either co-conspirators or indicted on this case. And ask yourself, you could know it just as well as I right before if the state would ask is YSL a gang. The words music group, you know it's about to come off, or I've never heard of that. I said gang, G-A-N-E. I didn't say G-A-N-G, even though you just heard them say gang. Think about that and why people would come in here and think about what they said. I mean, when Darius Zachary said that these two defendants confessed to him to murder Donovan Thomas the night of the murder, you don't think he's going to come in here and back up off that? Think about Woody Lee, the bragging or boasting about the murder. We put that on your tombstone. The things he knows when he's sitting up here don't sound good in a trial of his friends, fellow gang members, and co-conspirators. So he's going to back up off of them. Think about Walter Murphy, Antonio Sledge. He, when he did his plea agreement, said that he had knowledge that someone was involved with the Donovan Thomas, but then backs up off of it, right? Gives why. Think about why. And think about they know the feelings that these defendants have about people who come in and tell on them. And sometimes they slip up. If you remember Antonio Sumlin, who testified pretty recently, he didn't know Woody Lee's name. So he said, what's his slime? And he changed it. He stopped. He took a little pause and he meant what his nickname. So he said, what's his slime name? Those kind of clues or slip ups, remember those because they're important. Here's another example. This is Diamante Kendrick on the left with a hat that has big rat and big X on it. And on the right is defendant Stillwell's tattoos. Oh, Mirton, you heard that, the code of silence. And on his chest, the price of loyalty is wealth. The price of disloyalty is death. So these witnesses who say incriminating things about them in a police station or outside of court, when they come in here and are sitting in a witness box 10 feet from them, how do you think they know this? That's these defendants' own words about people who come in and testify against themselves or others. That's their feelings on it. Things that these witnesses know very well. Kenneth Copeland. This is Kenneth Copeland outside of the criminal courtroom.
Last words and shout outs before we get you out of here.
You know, shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean?
YSL for life. And these are photographs he's had. He has known Shannon Stillwell for almost the vast majority of his life. Most of these photos to show the length of time. Look at these photos with Kendrick. These are all photos with Kenneth Copeland and both of these defendants in trial. They are friends. They know each other very well. And Kenneth Copeland would not want to say something, I argue to you, because of his bias and motive that would want to hurt him. That's just common sense. And think about that when you hear what people say to a police station when it shits Texas Gaither and Dennis, or what they say in this court. When they're exactly outside of court.
Yeah, big Bruce Knight, Slime Takeover. Oh, fuck you mean? I got all my niggas with me when Bruce Knight. Nigga, where we at, y'all?
Bruce,
yeah, nigga slack, nigga fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. Plenty ammo for you monkey niggas. Yeah, big we on bleeding right now.
Slant.
Now that's a video from May of 2015. Roughly February, March, April, 4 months after the murder of Donovan Thomas. That's what Pandera Zachary's saying. You don't think he knows who did what? I argue to you. And then when he comes into court, right, he doesn't recognize a snake emoji, or he makes jokes about the color green, things that he thinks will hurt. You all pick up on this. I saw you write notes. You can see their reaction. You can see if someone's uncomfortable, comfortable. All of those things you all are equipped with and can use when you weigh testimony. Parties to a crime. This is a principle that's going to come up in this case. Parties to a crime. Think about this. 4 people go to rob a bank. One of them is the getaway driver. One of them, I'm going to go run in and get the money. The third one's going to go in and do a distraction. And the fourth one has a gun in case it's needed. The driver never gets out of the car. They get to the bank. The guy goes in to get the money, the security guard realizes it's a robbery, pulls out his gun, and the guy with the gun behind him shoots and strikes the security guard. And then they all four get away and leave. As parties to a crime, they all played a role or a piece in that crime. So they would all be legally guilty of that murder if those facts came out into a trial. So party to a crime, it's not necessarily the person who pulled the trigger, it could be the driver. Now, this is going to show you an illustration of what I talked about, because this isn't at first stick out. So you have four people playing in a bank robbery, all with different roles. And if it was either intentional murder or say the security guard shot and killed one of the robbers, it would be a felony murder that comes up. And so all of them would be guilty in this fact pattern of that. So in this case, what Copeland and Zachary say about defendant Kendrick is he was driving the Infiniti Q50. If he's driving that Infiniti Q50 while Shannon Stillwell, Demise and Bowen are shooting 7.62 and 9mm shell casings into the body of Donovan Thomas with Justin Cobb doo-wop, that's party to a crime. That's the example. And it will come up in some of the overt acts that we'll be talking about soon.
Mr. Atkins.
Yes, Your Honor. It sounds like, Your Honor, this microphone may. Yes, Your Honor. If you let me know if that helps fix that. I got to fix this belt buckle here real quick. Well, I'll hold it for right now. Now, sorry, I want to talk about the crimes that I'm going to talk about. So in green is what I'm going to talk to you about, which count 51 is criminal street gang. Count 50 is criminal street gang of defendant Stillwell. He's on the right and Kendrick is on the left. And count 1 RICO applies to both. So both are charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Kendrick has this count 57 participation in criminal street gang activity for the marijuana and firearms, like street gang activity during the commission of a felony for the May 9th, 2022. These street gang charges, which I'm going to talk to you about at the end, pertain to the murder of Shamel Drinks, a gang-related murder that the evidence has shown Shannon committed along with Demekion Garlington, Miles Farley, and Quarmavius Nichols. But first, I'm going to talk about RICO, which is count 1, which both are charged with. So I want to talk to you about conspiracy in general. And I definitely think the microphone's working now, Your Honor. So one crime, you rob someone, you do an arson, you would look at that case. Did they go and set fire? Did they go and steal? One specific place, time, and perpetrator. You've already heard about a conspiracy to do armed robbery when I use that bank robbery analogy. RICO is no different in terms of this. The general concept is they're charged with conspiracy to commit racketeering. So I'm going to have to explain to you what is RICO, what is conspiracy to commit RICO, and then you as jurors, with the evidence that have been presented, will reach the only reasonable conclusion that they're guilty of that count. But you need to know what RICO is first. And there's 2 ways to violate RICO. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take it bite by bite through RICO so you can understand the 2 ways that RICO can be committed and what conspiracy to commit RICO is. And we'll walk through this together. I've already explained conspiracy in general. Now, this bank, I've used the bank analogy. If this group who robbed the bank, don't have to be some sophisticated mob syndicate. If those 4 are just sitting around and say, let's be the bank robbing boys, maybe we'll sell drugs on the side, and we'll shoot people, the rival bank group, and we're going to call ourselves the BRC, bank robbing group. If they got tattoos of BRC, they got necklaces of BRC, they say, hey, we are BRC. If they went and all knowingly and willingly agreed to be a part of that, knowing that a pattern of racketeering, I will explain to you, to be committed, That concept is what we'll be talking about. It's not any different in general. It's conspiracy and RICO. And when you put the two together, that's what they're charged with. So let's walk through them. This is from the indictment, which you will have with you when you deliberate. I'm not going to read off this right now, but page 12 of the indictment is an important page. It lays out what the state alleges the criminal objectives of the conspiracy are, and that they violated. There's a subsection A and a subsection B, which we're going to talk about. So remember page 12 of the indictment, because it will come up multiple times. So what is knowingly and willfully joined? Look at what they do, what they say, and crimes that they commit. If you want to figure out if the bank robbing crew or if YSL, if someone knowingly and willingly joined them, that's Kendrick on the bottom with slack on his left forearm and a snake that goes from his stomach to his neck, and YSL a little bit underneath his Adam's apple. Do you think he knowingly and willfully joined YSL? He got a permanent tattoo on 3 different spots of his body, one of which very close to his face. That is something you can use and consider. Oftentimes with criminal conspiracies, they don't have a written contract. They don't have a, you're not going to have that coffee room table. Let's all agree to be a criminal enterprise. We all hereby today on January 1st, 2000. From here on out, we're an enterprise. That's often not how it works. So you got to look at what they say, what they do, and if you permanently get a tattoo, that's a pretty strong indicator that you're willingly and knowingly part of this. Shannon Stillwell, often wearing clothing, scanning stuff. Me and my sons go to the law. You've heard that and seen that clothing line, which yes, they can play it off that it's just some innocent clothing line, but it says slime. It's physical human being, wipe your epinephrine, right? And you've heard from gang detectives that wipe your nose is not some, joke. It's about murdering someone. It's acting violence. So that's Kendrick in the middle, next to a slack graffiti with a red bandana. How they act, say, and do over time, those are the clues to know that someone willingly joined a conspiracy. So let's break this down a little bit further.
We need to switch.
It's came out again, Your Honor. This is probably the easiest element while we switch this mic. 2 or more conspirators. Oh, thank you, Sergeant. Thank you. So that you can't have a conspiracy with one person. So I think we all can agree that should be an element that's easy to check. You've heard from ample. It doesn't have to just be the 28 indicted co-conspirators. You will see in that indictment that it states on page 12 that it also includes unnamed or unindicted co-conspirators if you find that they're part of a conspiracy. So keep that in mind when you go back and deliberate. But yes, one of the elements, beyond a reasonable doubt, is 2 or more. I think that element, I'm not going to spend any more time on that one. You've heard from ample people you've seen in the witness stand that are 2 or more of YSL. This just illustrates that point. Now, agreement. This is another important element of RICO to kind of understand. How do you know that someone agreed? Like I said, it doesn't have to be expressed. It doesn't have to be where did they sign the YSL ledger. I'm going to join. I'm in. You rarely see stuff like that. There's no such ledger in this case. It's mutual but unspoken understanding. I say actions speak louder than words. If you want to know how someone believes or if they agree, what do they do? So I'm going to show you some examples of agreement. And a lot of the evidence that I'll talk about, it has multiple purposes. So we will talk about and you will see what can prove agreement can also prove if they knowingly and willfully join. Let's see. I'll keep working on this now. So
You can just hold one.
yes, Your Honor. Sounds like it's working now. So what else can you use? Remember we talked about circumstantial evidence? So circumstantial evidence inferred from the nature of the acts done, relation of the parties, and the interest of the conspirators. What do they have to gain? Is it for something to further the group's interest? How do you know someone agrees? Look at what they do. and I argue to you that the evidence has shown that they all knowingly and willfully agreed. Take where we started, or take the two murders. Shannon Stillwell, January 10th, 2015, murders Donovan Thomas. March 14th, 2022, Shannon Stillwell, with 3 other YSL members in both times, murders Shamel Drinks. If you have to ask yourself, did he knowingly and willfully agree to be a part of YSL criminal enterprise with 2 gang murders? That's an easy question. That's the most clear example of if someone murders a rival gang member twice, I think it's pretty clear that they knowingly and willfully agreed, regardless if they signed on the dotted line. Same with other crimes and acts.
The same shit that got Biggie and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga, get your bitch ass killed.
For life.
Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
So again, what do they say? I mean, this is Kendrick and Wooney Lee. You know, you have all the Make America Slime Again. You have Kendrick with YSL Pennant, and you have Shannon Stillwell where someone in the background says YSL for life. That's just one example. You've obviously seen and heard from multiple. But what do they say? What do they do? Are they publicly or actively or oftenly saying, yes, I'm a part of this YSL, there's an us and a them? Yes, I think it's pretty clear that they have. Now, some of this I've talked about, actions or evidence. So let me give you a concrete example we saw just a couple weeks ago with Viverito. So why Lucci flyer? This is from Marquavius Huey's phone, where him and Jeffrey Williams, they send the text message, a flyer of Lucci. In 6 text messages, this principle of agreement, you're going to see agreement in action. This text is about to come up where all that's said, right? Flyer, Jeffrey Williams says, where's that at? Claremont, slatty handle, stay very low, slat for sure, been out the way. They didn't say murder. They didn't say stab. They didn't say shoot. But in 6 text messages, it's readily clear that they're talking about enacting violence on YF and Lucci. That's agreement in one, barely a screen of a text message. That principle shows you, and think about this example throughout. What do they say with one another? What do they do with one another? That's how you can know agreement. It's just like you all have family and friends. You may text one word and they know what you're saying. I'm heading home. You don't say the address, right? Agreement can be inferred with very little words, especially with people who know each other very well. And YSL has its own lingo, so they don't have to say much. Slatty handle, he knows he will handle it. Other examples. What it does not require. I've covered most of this. You know, it doesn't require, like I said, physical meetings, even though we have that in this case. Knowledge of the details of the conspiracy. I argue we have that in this case, considering that Kenneth Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, Walter Murphy, all of these individuals have given statements with evidence that's been corroborated that real crimes happened in real places and they knew about it. So a lot of these, you don't have to have them, but you actually do in this case. The last one, the identity of all the co-conspirators. You wouldn't have to know if you had 200 members of YSL. I don't know the exact number, but you wouldn't have to know every single one. Obviously, I argue to you that they know quite a few because you see the same individuals speaking, talking, and acting in concert together throughout the case. But none of these things are necessary to reach agreement. So, and there's a slight lag on this Zoom with this clicker. So I'm gonna move through this. So at its core, the crime is the agreement. The overt acts let you know that it's real. So this is important. They're charged with conspiracy to violate RICO. So the agreement to violate RICO, that's the crime they're charged with. These overt acts that you've heard from and we're about to walk through, those let you know that this isn't just fanciful, this isn't just in their minds, it's a real conspiracy. And in this case, and we're gonna explain what RICO A and B is, they've actually committed the crime. So it's like you're asking you, did this group of individuals agree to conspire to commit all of these crimes, racketeering activity? The best evidence of that they did is they actually went and shot multiple people, murdered people, robbed for the street gang. That lets you know that there's not much to say when you actually do the crimes that you're alleged to have just conspired to commit. It'd be like if you're asked about the bank robbery conspiracy and all they do is just talk about the bank robbery, get the items, they go and buy a gun, but they never do a robbery. Fast forward, they've done 20 robberies, 50 robberies over a decade, and you're asked, did that group of bank robbers intend to be part of a bank robbing crew? You'd obviously say yes. It's common sense because of what they actually did. That concept is important. Like I said, the overt act lets us know that the conspiracy is alive and well. And I'll argue to you, going back to credibility, the conspiracy is alive and well in this courtroom with deceiving in this witness stand. So this is just a visual explanation that you have Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, and some, I didn't list all the photos of people you've seen, but this, the criminal enterprise, visually depicted. So let's walk through what an overt act is. So joint objectives equal joint responsibility. This is like a partnership in crime. Now, to find that someone's act is all the co-conspirators are on the hook for it, so to speak. Any act done by any co-conspirator to further the criminal objectives is what counts. So if they're going to shoot a rival and you find that, yeah, they did shoot that rival and they did it to help YSL the enterprise, if that act and you find that whoever you find is part of that conspiracy, it's like they're all one and one for all. So each co-conspirator is responsible for the acts of others that are naturally and necessarily done to further the enterprise. Now, I've talked about different ways to violate. A, in a nutshell, is to acquire money and property. I'm not going to bury the lead. That's the first way to violate RICO. Conspire to acquire or keep money or other personal property. B, they both have conspire, and they actually have 7 elements each, and I believe 5 of the 7 are the same. So I'm going to explain a lot of these elements we've covered. 2 or more conspirators is one. So conspire to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. If you find the defendant, and on your verdict form, it will say the defendant violated subsection A or subsection B, conspired to violate. So I'm going to walk through what is A, what is B. They don't have to actually have committed A and B, although in this case, I believe that they have, as I'm going to show you. You just have to say, did they ever conspire? And remember these principles I talked about, the unspoken words, what people do and say is the agreement, or you're not going to have that magic conference room meeting, so to speak, that's all captured where the conspiracy gets hatched. So let's walk through this. We're going to start with A. Keep it easy, keep it basic. And you're going to notice that when I talk about A, some of the acts can actually be multiple ways. So you're going to see that certain evidence can actually impact multiple ways to violate RICO. So let's talk about subsection A of the RICO Act. Knowingly and willfully conspired with 2 or more co-conspirators to acquire or keep money or other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. I'm going to explain pattern of racketeering activity. It's 2 or more crimes that are explained and listed, and you'll be instructed by the court on what they are, that within 4 years. And any co-conspirators committed an overt act with at least 1 in furtherance of the criminal objective, and at least 1 has to be after May 10th, 2017. So that's A. I'm going to walk through some examples of A, and we're going to take this bit by bit. Armed robbery, Arshillian Bennett. Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams. May 13th, 2013. You heard from the officer where she walked with her child from 988 Confederate Corps to that zone precinct to report a crime. That takes a lot of effort and time. So I'm going to use this top one while that bottom screen comes back. But obviously she came in here and did not want to acknowledge about the robbery, but I argue there's about to be a real bullet in her window that was taken by a crime scene tech who just responds to a scene. That is 988 Confederate Court, which comes up that address and area multiple times. And she said that she told the officer at the time, you know, her Kel-Tec, the money, her purse was stolen. Acquire and keep money. Now, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, and she said someone she didn't know, Jeffrey Williams' brother, that's multiple people doing it. That's one crime, one act. But when they work together, it's much easier to get property and items. And no one expects Ms. Bennett to come in here and testify. Certainly not back then and certainly not now. But that is an example of acquiring or obtaining money. Derek Dotson, also in 2013. This is 5 through 7. Adrian Bean, the coin laundry, where Miss Marissa Cisneros' car flew over the ledge. I mean, Adrian Bean sat here for what felt like an eternity and didn't remember entire years, but he flew over while driving a car over a 6-foot embankment. Why did he not remember any of that? Just think about that. I think the only thing he said is that memorable moment where he's like, keep it a buck, and he took his mask off. But he clearly would remember flying over a wall. Why are they not coming here and talk about it? Now this, again, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, that's the location where Leonard Pass's car, which is that gray Dodge right there, is parked, Summerdale Apartments. Obviously, this is in the Cleveland Avenue area because often these crimes are committed in same locations, which will come important later. These are the firearms that they recovered from the car and then this is Mr. Derek Dotson, and you heard from Leonard Pass, who was with him. That's the car that was crashed underneath. And then this is a picture with Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, the time he's throwing up rock crew. And if you remember, the background behind this is this slime in kind of green and black font. So again, it's 2 YSL members acquiring and obtaining, trying to rob Derek Dotson. And again, they're working in concert, working together. Ms. Taravia Hill, Act 61. She's just at her apartment complex and this car, and if you remember, she only could recognize or ever identify Christian Eppinger, but there was 2 cars and multiple males with him. We don't know who these people are, but I think from what you've heard in this case, it's reasonable to suspect he's working with other people to do the robbery. Because again, it's hard to rob someone by yourself. So working in concert, that's Ms. Hill, that's her apartment complex in present day. That's Christian Eppinger from his public posting a firearm on social media. That's her wrecked car after it's found later. And where does the car go? Where Ms. Hill lives, to Cleveland Avenue. Where do the guns and the Infiniti Q50 from Diamond Thomas go? They go to Oak Drive, where OG Bentley's house is. Common after crimes, they go to the same location. That's important because these same victims, same accomplices, same pattern is important for RICO. So keep that in mind as we walk through this. And he does all of this with, and it's hard to see from here, YSL on his face, no mask. She said, I can't remember if Ms. Hill said I wore glasses or didn't wear glasses, but her eyes were working fine. And he had nothing covering his face. Think about it. If you walked into Winn-Dixie with a nameplate that said, hey, I'm Christian Atkins, I'm here to rob you, no one would do that. So why would you publicly have the gang on your face when you do a crime? Because a face tattoo could stand out. Because they want people to know. You want the notoriety. You want the fear. Who robbed you? YSL. She doesn't know his name. Think about that. You have multiple people. And Walter Murphy, for those, I don't know the date Walter Murphy got his face tattoo. I know Eppinger had it for this. But Walter Murphy has a YSL on his forehead, right? So think about that public display of allegiance to the criminal street gang and enterprise and when you commit the crime, because that's important. Now, stolen firearms. I'm not going to show you or bring out every firearm we've introduced, but a lot of stolen guns. Think about, we don't know where all those guns came from. Sometimes you heard from the person whose home was burglarized or car was broken into, and you said, yes, this was a report from this location. But, you know, you add these up, it's a decent number of stolen guns. These are all overt acts. You know, Jeffrey Williams, the Sig Sauer, September 9th, 2013. Defendant Kendrick with Arnold, when they were riding back into near Trestle Tree Confederate, the same location Miss Bennett lived at, right? On October 1st, 2015, after Martinez Arnold got jumped at Magic City. 40 cal stolen. FN57, that is the stop that Officer Fikes did of Jeffrey Williams and Sergio Kitchens. Why are all these stolen weapons from 2013, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2020, 2015, and 2022? You heard from Detective Liam Packer that it was some train theft from the ATF, that cargo shipment. That's acquiring or maintaining property, stolen guns. Ask yourself where all these stolen guns come. You've seen, like when Quindarius Zachary is arrested with the gun on May 7th, 2015, that came back with Nibin when Kilgore testified to the shooting of Mr. Reed's house. It matched that. The guns exchange hands. The guns move around, and stolen guns are harder to trace. That's acquiring and maintaining property. And evidence of it. I just included a couple photos because we have a lot to cover, but that is stolen property, all tethered to A. In 2022, right, this is the gun that was reported stolen, that right before they went to the house on Meadowlark Drive, it was thrown out and recovered, and it came back stolen. Again, stolen weapons from as far back as 2013 to stolen weapons as recently as 2022. There's common patterns that indicate that they get stolen firearms quite easily. Subsection B. This is where all the violent acts come up. So the first objective, and your indictment's not going to have numbers, is going to be conspiracy to violate subsection B with the state's objective of murder, aggravated assault, and threats of violence. So we're going to walk through some of these so I can explain to you why they further the criminal objectives of YSL. So, simple definition, while associated with an enterprise, YSL, they knowingly and willfully conspire with one or more co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, and any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act after May 10, 2017. If you notice, other than what's in green, everything's the same as A. So these same factors and principles will come up for both. So I got to explain to you what is participating in the enterprise and what are these criminal objectives. So we're going to start with the murder, aggravated assault, and threats of violence and go from there. So again, page 12 of the indictment, it outlines the conspiracy. I'm not going to read all this for you now, but it states the Young Slime Life enterprise and what the criminal objectives are right after. That's where you can find it on page 12 of the indictment you're going to have. These are these objectives. I've removed them from the indictment, but we're going to start with the first one. Murder, assault, threats of violence. And then we're going to talk about robbery, theft, unlawful sale, and distribution of drugs. So let's walk through this together. I just wanted to show you a brief visual of how you're going to have the indictment with you and can look through it. So again, we're going to go objective by objective because it helps to organize the evidence. And objective one, murder, assault, and threats of violence. So you've heard about pattern of racketeering activity. What is racketeering activity? The good news for y'all is the indictment, anytime you see, it will state, which is an act of racketeering activity, and then it'll cite a statute. This is what explains what racketeering activity is. This is the murder of Donovan Thomas. And you'll see when you are deciding, which is overt act 16 through 20 is the murder of Donovan Thomas. When y'all are back there and saying, I want to figure out if something's a pattern of racketeering or figure out if an overt act is a racketeering activity. That will tell you. That's your snapshot. So just look. This is overt act 17, which is the murder. 16 is when Jeffrey Williams rents the vehicle. But when you see what's highlighted, you'll know it's racketeering activity. So I just wanted to show that for you. And then we're going to walk through this now. We're going to talk about Donovan Thomas first, overt act 16 through 20.
The Lincoln on the line for the 6204.
Yes, that's police over here on the north side of McDaniel.
North side of McDaniel. Why did you put
Yes, at Harold Limited Barber Shop. Somebody don't got shot.
Mr. Parker, who you testified, who's owned a barbershop there for 20 years. Barbershop right here. And Kendrick Stillwell, this is Demise McMullen. Now we'll talk about this in a minute. This is actually the photograph from when they shot Dexter Montgomery. Same case with D'Angelo White when they left that Jonesboro gas station in Lakewood and got to the four-way stop. That's the photograph from that. So you have Nard, but that's Demise McMullen, Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick. This is obviously the shooting. Overt act is, did Jeffrey Williams rent the Infiniti Q50 and act in furtherance of the conspiracy? When you think about these overt acts, think how the criminal objectives. Ms. Hilton's going to talk to you and walk through bit by bit the murder itself of Donovan Thomas. But I argue to you, as she will too, that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and that renting of the Infiniti is an overt act that was used to facilitate the murder. And you've seen a pattern of rental cars being used. And ask yourself why. They're harder to trace. People don't recognize you in that car. Now, how is Donovan Thomas's murder evidence of RICO? Well, I'm gonna tell you. That's Donovan Thomas. This is about to be Wooney Lee.
Before y'all nigga with slime.
This shit is in blood. We wrote this shit in
I
blood.
probably had it before slime.
And we also wrote it on niggas.
We wrote it on a tombstone. And that's Donovan Thomas's gravestone. And when Miss Edmonds, who testified to you about recognizing that, she didn't wipe graffiti, she didn't wipe paint off that tombstone. She wiped a confession. And that confession says slapped, because that's who it's for, that's who it's from, that's who publicly has acknowledged that murder since it happened. YSL, the criminal enterprise. And that same slap in green handwriting, Defendant Stillwell is posting in, 7 years later in a slime t-shirt, right? Peanut Stone Grave. That's the translation version. He put it in Spanish. Wooney Lee's comment, his comment, they're all talking about and kind of joking sheepishly about a murder of Donovan Thomas. It's we, it's us, it's criminal enterprise. Now, we talked about Kendrick's tattoo, which is about to come up on his left forearm. I don't know when he got this tattoo, when the Zoom works with me and it comes up. I don't know if he had that tattoo of slat on his arm while he's driving the Infiniti Q50 past 330 McDaniel Street and Nard and Shannon shot and killed Donovan Thomas, but that same green slat ends up on the gravestone. It's not a coincidence. And they're telling you that they did it, and they just don't care, because as you said when we started, slimes are above the law, but they didn't think about you. Now,
Swear to God, we killed nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
you hear it as clear as I hear it. I swear to God, nobody accused Dolly of murdering Donovan Thomas. Who's the we? And then you hear in the background, we smoke nut. And if you remember that call, right before that, Woody saying, tell your brother I love him. And then you can hear Jeffrey Williams say, tell him I love him. Right there next to him. We killed Nut. We put it on his tombstone. Slat, and then just making a cheapest joke this years later. They're telling you we did it. They just don't care. And that's Shannon Stillwell in that same video. And there's a live snake and a YSL chain. It's out in the open. Beat a murder rap. Now, we're going to turn to Jamari Holmes next. And I'm going to explain to you why that murder that Rodelius Ryan and Damon Blaylock did is in furtherance of the YSL criminal street gang, which is Overt Act 79 through 81, February 23rd, 2019. That's the vehicle that 15-year-old Jamari Holmes was in. This is Rodelius Ryan. This is Blaylock throwing up YSL, which is also an overt act, that public display of allegiance. That's going to come up in just a second. That's Jamari Holmes. You're going to see the message where, where Mariah leaves and she says, or not Mariah, but Brazy, as they called her, text and DMs Ryan and Blaylock and says, they know about Ryan, but don't know about you, and allude to Mariah snitching on them. That snitching comes up repeatedly. This is the projectile that was in Jamari Holmes' head that was fired from weapons that Rodelius Ryan and Damon Blaylock shot while they were hanging out with females in Cleveland Avenue. It came to 50 Mount Zion. And then I want to ask you, this is that message. All again, talking about snitching, trying to not get caught. Now, how do you know why Ryan did it? What does Ryan think about this murder? What is he remorseful? Is he sad? Well, here's him that same day at 5 o'clock. So that's the 911 call at 4 in the morning, not 4 in the afternoon, February 23rd, 2019. That YSL makes the news FaceTime. You've heard repeatedly about the FaceTime. I argue to you when he says that YSL makes the news, Fox 5. So he's telling people without having some plausible deniability of no one's going to know what I'm talking about, YSL makes the news. Now, what does he do 5 hours after this? Let's find out.
Yeah, block life knowing again. 250 knowing again. Bet y'all pussy nigga can't come up here in that block. Yeah, no cap. Color right, gonna shoot at your fitted. That's no cap. Pussy
He's going to shoot at your fitted, and that's the fitted cap that Jamari Holmes wore on his head when he was murdered. That is bragging about the murder. YSL makes the news, and then he's on the quote-unquote block, right? And he's throwing up YSL. Is it a coincidence that this guy he's with says Little Rod will shoot at your, don't come on this block, and you have Bernard Mitch and all of them who weren't from that neighborhood come over to 50 Mount Zion, he will shoot at your fitted cap. And there's a literal fitted cap from Jamari Holmes' head with a bullet hole in it. And that's his skull with a bullet hole in it. This ain't, murder gang isn't some facade. This isn't for clout. This is real life. And this is the bragging and the boasting above the law and proving that they're doing it for the street gang. They're telling you, nothing I've said so far with these two murders is anything but their own words. March 14th, 2022, Shamel Drinks. I think it's amply clear that this murder is gang related. It's to further YSL. You've heard about the Nibin matches, the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. You heard op hunting, all of the way that Garlington and Shannon talked about getting revenge. And what happens? They see an op at a gas station and 4 YSL members in a rented vehicle murdered. And Shannon Stillwell's involved in both. And it's eerily similar to Donovan Thomas's murder. This is the corridor right there, and that is Shamel Drink's vehicle with bullet holes on the same side of his car that Shannon Stillwell's Audi drove up in. It's not rocket science that he did it. The evidence has shown you he did. It's 100% gang related. They're both part of the same rival group. There's no evidence about any kind of disagreement or anything with Shamel Drinks. They did it for YSL. They did it to get revenge. And this is just a visual representation where Shannon Stillwell is publicly stating, check the score. Because again, shooting and murder is like a scoreboard, but this ain't a sports game. This is the Superior Court of Fulton County, and you can't go shoot people for sport or murder your rivals to up the score. That ain't how it works. That's the Mekion Garlington. There's the Ford Fusion with Miles Farley and with Quamavius Nichols. Now, aggravated assault. We've heard a lot about aggravated assaults. And in a case like this, you can kind of get numb to the shell casings collected, the damage, but these are acts of racketeering, real guns shooting real bullets towards property or people. What do YSL members say about shooting? Well, let's ask.
Y'all know we gonna tour. You better keep your distance. Don't come to no club. Don't come outside. Don't do shit. Stay your ass in your mama house. Baby, your mama basement. Making beats and shit. Bring your ass out the house. Hey, look, don't come outside.
That's their word. Shoot the ops, make them catch on. That's Rodelius Ryan's Instagram that came in when Mr. Howes was sitting right here. And then this is Rodelius Ryan with a drum, a YSL chain, publicly showing it. These public threats of violence, when you're murdering people and throwing up YSL and bragging about it, that has a real effect of people who want to come in and testify or people to ever want to tell the police, period. These aren't just, a facade. This isn't just a movie. This is real life. And they're showing you and telling you what they're about. So I say take them at their word for it. April 12th, 2015, Dexter Montgomery. This is important because when you boil it down from what D'Angelo White told 911 and the police that you heard, they were just driving. And it seemed like OG Bentley thought that they were following them. They get to the gas station. There's no real reason for this to escalate to where it did. And when they leave the gas station, from Walter Murphy's evidence, Nard and Walter Murphy come. It's one YSL member, OG Bentley. Maybe he was paranoid. Maybe someone was out to get him. But it wasn't D'Angelo White. It was not Dexter Montgomery. And this is their car when it stopped after the shooting at that stoplight. Cornelius Davis and Christian James. And that's the bullet that comes in through that car. And that's Dexter Montgomery with half of his head shot off because they followed a YSL member to a gas station. That's it. One call, Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen, they didn't say, where do I sign the criminal enterprise contract? This agreement I talked about, Slat handled that. They just go. They grabbed the sticks and went.
My name's D'Angelo.
And D'Angelo, tell me exactly what happened.
Now, we was at the gas station. And, my partner was out to a girl, but I guess they thought we was following them, and then they pulled up on and just started, and we pulled off. And then we pulled off from the gas station, and then we got away. And then we ended up driving a back streetway, and then we ended up seeing them again. They ended up shooting, and somebody ended up getting hit.
Okay. Are you with?
Like I said, they're just driving. I mean, this is Walter Murphy with a stick. This is Demise McMullen, who they say hard Nard, the same person that Condarius Zachary and Copeland said was shooting at Donovan Thomas. This is 3 months later. It's a lot more likely that he's a shooter when you see him on camera with a long gun at a gas station for no reason because OG Bentley called him. Their same common associates with no questions come. That's an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Lil Wayne tour bus, April 26, 2015. You heard a lot of evidence about Lil Wayne. What you didn't hear was any remote personal reason that Jimmy Winfrey would have any, even knew or had any kind of squabble with Dwayne Carter, Lil Wayne. So why did he shoot the bus? You heard about the public back and forth, and look at the actions before, during, and after of that shooting. Now, this is only a couple weeks after Dexter Montgomery. And it's 2 days before the shooting spree of Adele Drive and Drew Drive that Garlington, Zachary, and Sledge did. So all these shootings, when Gaither and Dennis come in and talk about shooting after shooting, they're not just making this stuff up. It's real. So this is Mr. Alvin Lewis's tour bus shot up. This is Jimmy Winfrey. You heard from Detective Dennis about visually seeing them, and Zachary kind of got spooked because he knew his social security number, which would probably spook out Zachary of like, how does this gang detective know me like that? And then you have this post, which is Overt Act 121, I'm free, death before dishonor. Quite similar to the tattoo that Shannon Stillwell has, YSL. And what does he say about it? And by he, I mean Jimmy Winfrey.
So the thing ain't too. And then another thing, we let Amina know they got paperwork up in black and white showing, that I work for the company. Now it's gonna look like street business.
Get Amina to get the paperwork to put it in black and white, because if not, it's gonna look like street business. Because it is street business. They just don't want you to know. That's that deception piece. They don't want jurors to know. They don't want the police to know. So get it in paperwork so we can make it look legit. There's nothing legit about shooting a tour bus driver's car on a highway. There's none. This is the phone records. They move as a pack. They move as one. This is before, where Zachary, Winfrey, Sledge, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly are all in the general area of the vault. This is when it's about to come up is the compound, which is a little bit later. Zachary, Winfrey, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly, 142 to 304. They all have kind of similar times when they leave, similar times when they depart. And then the last slide is going to be Dolly and Jimmy Winfrey's phone records for when the shooting happened. And you can see the path of travel, and Winfrey's in black and Dolly's in orange, and you know, the white Camaro that he hid and made the jail call to not get it found. And then, you know, he comes out and then it's YSL, you know, death before dishonor. Jimmy Winfrey quite likely did not act alone. How do you drive a white Camaro going 80 down a highway and shoot that many times in a bus? Just think about it. It's common sense. They act as one, as you've seen. This is 2 days later. 3 other completely different YSL members, but all part of the same criminal street gang. Garlington, Zachary, and Sledge. Garlington gets jumped at Club Crucial. What do? They go on a shooting spree. First, they go shoot up 1428. Then they go shoot up 1903 Drew Drive. You know, back to back to back. This is Miss Bell. And when you talk about, you know, credibility of witnesses, you don't believe Miss Bell's testimony because you like her. Everybody wants to drink a glass of vodka with Miss Bell. She was a sweet lady. You believe it because what motive does she have to come in here and sit and say that her house was shot up other than that it did? What motive does she have? What bias does she have? She's a good example. She's just in her bed trying to drink a nightcap and just hang out. And what happens? They shoot at her because they think that, you know, her nephew or someone in YFN is there. That's not how it works in Fulton County. You don't just go shoot people's houses up because your ops there. But again, they're above the law. This is the timeline, 220 to 406 to 551. This is Zachary with what looks like an AK-47 and Demekion Garlington and their Sledge wiping his nose. Just like, if you remember, he wiped his nose when he walked off that witness stand at y'all. So these are the things that they're telling you, and you're going to see photographs from these. First, it's going to be the Club Crucial shootings. You know, when they post about guns, when they talk about guns, and then they tell you that they committed the crimes, it's not rocket science. You know, take them at their word, what the evidence has shown. These kind of retaliation is, again, Demikion's jumped. We got to protect it. It's a us, it's a we, it's an enterprise, right? And they act together because you have strength in numbers, you know, protection and shootings. But this was a fist fight. Now, it was a shooting in the parking lot, and then they go to other homes, travel intentionally down there and shoot. Again, they're moving together in concert, as you saw from the Donovan Thomas phone records, the Shamel Drinks phone records, the Lil Wayne phone records. We didn't put in phone records of this, but I think it's quite clear who did it and why they did it from the testimony of Zachary and Sledge and what we impeached them on. 35 shell casings. Sorry, 34 shell casings. Drew Drive, roughly 2 hours later, right? This is where Miss Battle's apartment was, and it's just an apartment right by the street. All these shell casings in the middle of the street, refrigerators and ovens shot. All because someone jumped Demekion, and so they go, no questions asked. Again, they don't have to sign on the dotted line. They have agreement, they have knowledge, they act in concert, and the criminal objective is to help the street gang, which is go get revenge. That's the RICO in action. So if you're asked, well, did Kendrick and Stillwell agree to be a part of a group that would commit racketeering activity? Did they agree to participate knowingly and willingly? And you have all these shootings, and you say, did they think that was it reasonably foreseeable, understanding when they joined that multiple shootings would go on with YSL? You bet there is. You've seen it, right? They don't back up. They don't quit. They keep hanging out, shooting, and associating and publicly bragging about YSL over and over. This is roughly a month minus 7 days from when this shooting spree happened that these two, Garlington and Zachary, do. They can mess with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide. Take their word for it, because an aggravated assault could be a murder. It just missed. So they're shooting. They're telling you I am. And then they want to act like, oh, I'm just kidding. It's obviously not a joke. It's not a facade. It's very real. Conspiracy to commit murder, which is Diamante Kendrick and Martinez Arnold, same neighborhood, Summerhill area, Confederate area. They have a stolen handgun and a long gun, and they're riding yet again after a fight. And this time it's not a nightclub, it's a strip club, Magic City. And you heard that brief snippet of a jail call where Kendrick's talking about it and talking about how Duke just called him, right? So again, little questions, little actions, just driving and get stopped in the same area of town where Kelvin Watts and Miss Bennett and YFN Lucci and YFN, all of that area of town. It's not a coincidence. It's the same victim, same area. This red circle is going to be the stolen firearm. That's the long gun. This is overt act 111. 5 years later, you have the same two individuals in a slime t-shirt with Martinez Arnold. Again, they're still hanging, associating. And then on the May 9th, 2022 stop, Martinez Arnold and Kendricks are at that house that has all of those firearms and the marijuana out in the open. Nothing's changed except time. Public displays of allegiance. This is the photograph that I believe investigator Griffin, who was the lead detective on T.R. Jones' murder, introduced. Does that apartment complex look quite familiar to the steps of Miss Bennett's? Because it's 988 Confederate Court, that Confederate Court area. ABG territory, which is, and that's Kelvin Watts, right? And this is where they were headed. And obviously in 2022, they're still trying to shoot and kill, shell kill Kelvin Watts. You see how over time, it's the same acts. That's conspiracy. It's just right before you. Now, objective 4. Remember how I said at the beginning, sometimes those stolen firearms or the robberies can play up multiple ways? This is a good example of it. Money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity. So those robberies and thefts, you could find them as they conspired to violate B, to participate in the enterprise, or A, they conspired knowing that they could acquire and get property a lot easier. Either one. The evidence can sometimes fit multiple. And you have the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs. Now, I'm not going to walk through all of the drugs we introduced or firearms or items. I'm just giving you a snapshot. That criminal objective has multiple. I think I would focus on the areas of where they are if there's other people with them. And I think this might have skipped through faster than I anticipated. This is obviously the May 9th, 2022, which is Jeffrey Williams' home. I'm going to go back one. And while that's coming up, I may get some help and put up one of these easels that we'll talk about. Yes, thank you. This just has agreement, enterprise, and pattern. This agreement to be a part of the enterprise, a pattern, and they all flow together, right? So evidence that they agreed, they go and shoot rivals together. We go and shoot the same rivals with the same people together. Evidence for agreement, evidence for pattern. Does the YSL enterprise exist? Is it a loosely formed group of individuals for a same common criminal purpose? All of these three kind of feed together. So this triangle is just a visual way to help think through this. Okay, well, it's catching up with me. And I apologize for this, but what's going to come up next, this is the Green Store, right? This is a picture of Kenneth Copeland and Shannon Stillwell. You have August 23, 2013, where one of the first witnesses, Sergeant Heeb, H-E-E-B, he was with an officer, Viverito. Sound familiar? 50 individual packets of clear marijuana. And this area of town is not far from where the Windsor Street gas station is in 2022, where Shamel Drinks was last seen alive before that stoplight. This is Trontavious Stevens' possession of marijuana after a traffic stop where he was with Stillwell. You've seen kind of over the years, multiple, sometimes at around 151 Cleveland, drugs. You've heard about the May 9th, 2022, all of the drugs that were found in that house. This is just a snapshot. These are some overt acts that you could use for this criminal objective of unlawful distribution of drugs. So I just include this as a tip. I'm not going to walk through every one. Act 48, 2015. Act 49, 2015. Act 65, 2017. 2020, it spans 7 years. BB, Nichols, Stevens, right? You've heard and seen pictures of them, identifiers of YSL over time in similar areas dealing drugs. That's another benefit or perk or objective of being in this kind of group, because no one's going to want to mess with you when you're going around shooting people and saying, I'm going to shoot. It helps you to unlawfully distribute drugs a lot easier in certain areas. Now, Objective 5 is obstructing law enforcement, right? So you've heard about this in multiple ways. This is intimidation of witnesses because that helps the enterprise because then you can't get caught. Maybe you can fool or deceive a juror, a detective, a pattern repeatedly publicly saying you'll lie to all your family and friends and then come in here and tell the truth, basically saying, hint, hint, why can't you lie in court? And you need to get killed. And then agreement where all of them benefit and know and participate in this. So what evidence do we have of attacks on law enforcement? Well, one of the first acts you saw was Trontavia Stevens, where you heard from the vehicle that was stolen and Officer Pettis, and there was that firearm and that yellow bucket where he tried to go and arrest Stevens, who has this slime tattoo on his body. And then he brandished a handgun, pointing it at the firearm. Intimidation. Now, that officer was undercover, right? But he's trying to stop him and apprehend him. And he's just basically, I'm above the law, right? The same message that Shannon Stillwell is saying in present day. They don't think they could be held accountable. Police can't stop me. Now, we've talked about the armed robbery of Derek Dotson, but this also proves this objective, and I'll show you why. That's former and present. That's the
DK, little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga. Yeah, he said it. For no reason, boy.
for no reason.
He's shooting for no reason.
He's shooting at 12, the police for no reason.
Shooting that shot. Yeah, that nigga just up, boy, for no reason, Carter.
That's Adrian Bean's words, right? And then
he got it on him. And he got the screen up on him.
Bloody DK, and I got the strap on me, and he throws up Rock Crew at the time. And he's just shooting at 12 for no reason. Another attack on law enforcement that, again, you don't want to get caught. You just tried to rob Derek Dotson, so you don't want to get apprehended by the police. Officer Rogers, you're going to hear what people say before and after some of this and their viewpoint on law enforcement.
Down, I'm better take her down. Nigga, hey, that shot shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck up jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch.
This is that killing 12 shit. And that's Christian Eppinger in the Cleveland Avenue area shooting Officer Rogers. That's not just words. That's a mentality of, again, slimes are above the law. And it's a public message of that. I can't think of a more clear, raw example of that than this. Don't just believe what they say, believe what they do. And he's just trying to arrest him for a warrant. And what does Rodelius Ryan say after this happens? If you look at his TV screen, you're going to see Officer Rogers' photo pop up. And this is the message he has for his fellow YSL gang member after he just tried to attempt to murder Officer Rogers for doing his job.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Rich, man.
Here's Officer Rogers.
Yeah, man, live chain gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Spank that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. Fuck the DA. And we catching the bun on this shit. Yeah, we about to catch that bun, fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. It's in the hood right here, gang. Free the gang.
That's in the hood.
Yeah, YSL shit.
YSL shit.
Yeah.
Just like the song said, YSL shit, killing 12 shit. This is Ryan bragging and boasting about his fellow gang member trying to shoot Officer Rogers. And then he says slap, right? This shows you how they view the enterprise.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Rich, man, by the way. The gang way. Big Rich with the big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. You hear me?
Over at Act 180.
This nigga lie to your kids.
You know, so Ryan's words there are kind of telling, right? Because he views what Eppinger did on the one hand by himself as a collective, we, us, he's with me, and he's saying YSL and SLAT because it boosts your street cred. Quite frankly, it boosts your street cred to shoot at the police. And that furthers your gang because you get more of a reputation. And that's what you've heard from the gang detectives and seeing why Ryan would have this positive reaction and collective us to Eppinger doing that. It wasn't just Eppinger alone. It's a we, it's a us. And any overt act done to further the conspiracy is held against everyone, to include these defendants. Because when you knowingly and willfully join a criminal enterprise, you got to buy the good, bad, and the ugly. Now, we've talked about intimidating witnesses. I started with that video of Jeffrey Williams. What's Antonio Sledge's position?
You can lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Pussy ass.
And that's Antonio Sledge as a witness, right? So you realize what people say outside of court. Think about that Antonio Sledge and that. And it, how people are in the witness stand, right, is quite different. But you don't want to get caught. You don't want people to come in here and tell them. It's as clear as that. Miss Bennett, Antonio Sumlin, Quindarius Zachary, Walter Murphy, Kenneth Copeland, about to be Adrian Bean up here, Wooney Lee. You saw their reactions, the awkward pauses, the kind of contemplation of, man, what am I going to say here? Or some bad piece of wiretap or jail call that gets played that doesn't sound good. Trontavia Stevens and Adrian Bean.
Yeah, not they messing up his PowerPoint.
This is alluding to, you heard from Mariah Smith about the threats for her testifying in the murder of Jamari Holmes trial and coming to court. And this is a brain and a rat emoji. She got threats for talking to law enforcement. Again, you don't want people to come forward because it helps Rodelius Ryan not get caught. It helps the criminal enterprise stay abreast. That's an overt action further than a conspiracy. What's a pattern of racketeering? So all of these crimes, these aggravated assaults, these murders, it's not, they actually did a pattern, but the conspiracy is, did they knowingly and willfully conspire to join YSL knowing that that could be a possibility? I think it's ludicrous to say otherwise, right? They knew exactly what they signed up for when they tattooed YSL on their body and shot people for YSL. And it can be from anyone. Within 4 years of each other, they're not in it for the long haul. You don't tattoo your face if you're just in something for a couple weeks. It's a permanent thing. And you've seen evidence in present day and evidence in the past that's shown that allegiance. And that's where this agreement, pattern, and enterprise all play together. You have agreement for the enterprise. There's a pattern of racketeering activity, shootings, murders, robberies that feed and promote the enterprise. That's RICO conspiracy. And it can be by any co-conspirator, but you certainly overt acts from both of them. What is interrelated? This is key, right? What makes a pattern of racketeering interrelated? Same victims, same accomplices, same or similar intents, results, or methods of commission. With what we've talked about so far, you've seen a repeated pattern. The same opposition group moving together, the same individuals committing it over and over. All of these interrelated. They're not just interrelated. It's like a yarn of, it's like a ball of yarn that's just so intertwined, tight, you can't get out of it. It's like they're all related. And I'm going to show you some examples of that will cut through time and cut through RICO conspirators, and you'll see patterns and connections that can be hard to miss with all of this evidence. So let's focus on some distinguishing characteristics. So what's the best evidence that someone violated conspiracy to violate RICO? Is they actually did it. That's, if you want to figure out if someone wants to conspire to rob a bank and they go rob 20 banks, well, they probably agreed to do that bank robbery. It's as simple as that. So let's look at what they did. Let's look at what they said and look at how it's related. Same victims, same accomplices. So I'm going to show you some examples that are going to mirror together exhibits from different parts of the trial. Actions speak louder than words. They just do. It's like what your grandparents say, or dad or mom, don't do what I say, do what I do. So believe them. Let's see what they do and how they do it and why it's interrelated. So we're going to see some patterns. They move as a pack, right? What's going to come up is the cell phone records from O.G. Bentley's house, or the spot on Oak Drive where you heard testimony about. This is after the murder of Donovan Thomas. This is both what Copeland and Zachary say, that they all went to get rid of the gun and to get rid of the car, because they don't want murder weapons to get caught with them, obviously. So the same individual who called Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen 3 months later when they pull up with a stick, you don't think that Demise McMullen killed Donovan Thomas with Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick driving, and Justin Cobb, and then would go to his friend OG Bentley? Of course he would. And where do they go? I mean, 755, 750. This is McMullen and Williams. That's OG Bentley's house. 5 minutes of each other. They go from up north, where Sky House is, to down there. Let's look at the next slide. Bradford, 747, OG Bentley's house. You need a common place to take guns and cars. It's not a coincidence they all just woke up and decided to go, have a pizza party at OG Bentley's, within 30 minutes of the murder of Donovan Thomas in a car rented by Jeffrey Williams. That's not a coincidence. And that Copeland and Zachary just guessed randomly of where they traveled. They knew. Let's look at Treadwell, right? He's all over this Oak Drive address because that's where his house was. Now, fast forward, this is Shamel Drinks. Where do they go after the murder of Shamel Drinks? This is Farley, Garlington, and Jackson. The times are a little different, but the general direction of travel is to, look, here's the airport, there's the airport, there's the airport, there's 70. They go to the same location after a murder for a variety of reasons. Maybe to get their story straight. Maybe to all have a common place to go to get away from when you just commit a murder. This is 2022. That was 2015. That's a pattern. I can't think of a more clear example of one. Now, common places to stash and store. You've heard about the web. You've seen more recently Waters Road, and you used to hear reference about the dugout, but the web and Waters Road come up frequently. What were some similarities between them? There are places where they can store their guns and can frequently go where no one's going to catch them or bother them. This is Trontavious Stevens. This is Antonio Sumlin. He has the slime tattoo on his body, and Sumlin has YSL here and multiple king slime on his forearm. This is the web. There's that YSL. There's the surveillance video right there. Looked kind of similar to Waters Road. Completely different locations. This is from the Instagram where one slug, I'm going to the web. And then there was this wiretap.
We back at the web. What, slug on spot? Yeah, we got that spot now. He ain't slug spot though.
We're back at the web. It's not slug spot. It's now my spot. They exchange guns. They exchange locations to help the gang. It's quite simply that, right? They need a spot to be able to hang out and lay low. Fast forward to present time, we're about to talk about and see Waters Road, and you saw the phone records both in March, the ankle monitor, it was 3,000 something times per minute that defendant Stillwell was at that 2830 Waters Road. It's not a coincidence, right? You just saw that surveillance at the web. Yes, you can have surveillance system in your home, but with the evidence of guns, and let's go to the web, Waters Road, with all of the assault rifles and bullets that were there, that's the surveillance move on the 16th. That's the cables removed on the 17th. Same address, Waters Road. It moves and talks and walks very similar to the web. Different locations, YSL members to help the enterprise. They all agree to be a part of it, from the tattoos and the shootings and the actions, and there's a pattern. There's a clear pattern. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out this pattern. Same or similar intents and accomplices. So follow me with this. So Donovan Thomas, murdered January 10th, 2015 by YSL. YFN Lucci, whose mother's house is shot on the 22nd of January and the 26th of January, 2015. And then what do they say? What do they do? What are their methods of attacking or harming a rival? Well, that's the 22nd, 1007 Hill Street. And then the 26th, that is, a window, a mirror window. Is it a coincidence he shoots that? Not. I shoot at his mommy, he no longer mentions me. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But then when you see the text messages, right, between Huey and Thug, go handle that, Slatty, it kind of takes on a little different feel to it. All right. So keep going. What other actions do YSL members have with? And if you remember, right, the gun that Zachary had that he was arrested with got tied to those shootings. So this is where guns change. Multiple conspirators work together in concert. This is a tweet or Instagram from Jeffrey Williams. If I didn't like what you did for your mothers and kids, I would have been killed you. That's 2019. And then you have in 2020, coincidentally, Kendrick with slat and a snake on him standing on the same Mr. Bennett's car, right? A clear sign of disrespect with a middle finger. And then fast forward, it's not just funny tweets or funny songs or funny cars, right? Let's keep going with this. Same victim, same YSL members throughout all of this. There's the flyer we talked about, right? There's the tweet, go handle it. You saw examples. You saw another example of that when Viv Rito was on the stand. Now, not only do they shoot at his mother's house, murder his friends, tweet at him, disrespect his car, then they try to stab him and actually do stab him in the jail, but they try to kill him is what I meant to say. And you saw the text messages about that. So let's walk through that, right? This is spanning from 2015 to 2022. Agreement, enterprise, pattern. This is when Jaden Myrick stabbing YFN Lucci in the jail. That's YFN Lucci. He's actually stabbed, right? This isn't just some fake violence. Then, this is Shane Stillwell, that same day.
They got me on PC with the boy. Oh, there's no PC.
And this is Eppinger and Summer.
Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh? Man, find out what I can get for that, bro. Get for what? You know what I'm talking about. I know what you can get for. I just told you why I'm at.
Remember that?
Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm going to go on with. What you going with? Lucci, nigga.
It's unspoken agreement, right? Why is someone, Eppinger, Kendrick, Zachary have a gun, Shannon tweeting just wet, Lucci's, you know what, ASS up? Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Same victims. That's a pattern. I can't think of a more clear pattern. Now let's take this a little bit further. Christian Evans, right? The same one who robbed Ray Hill with a YSL on his face is calling someone who has YSL tattooed permanently on his body and is talking about going to stab Lucci in information base, right? So these same co-conspirators just work together over time. It's going to come along. What we're going to show, see, there's some, right? Can't spell slime without leaving the biggest. Publicly, full allegiance. Did they knowingly and willfully agree to be part of YSL? What do they say? What do they do, right? It's as simple as that. That is how we can know evidence showing that. All right. Now, what's the common denominator with Kelvin Watts? This is Zachary and Sledge. There's Kelvin Watts, Shell Kale, and Diamond Thomas, right? You just saw a picture of Diamond Thomas and Mr. Bennett. And you saw the actions that the YSL criminal street gang did and talks about him. So here's yet another friend in a public picture with Diamond Thomas, Kelvin Watts. What are their viewpoints on him? This is Zachary and Sledge publicly threatening him in 2015.
You little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back and forth, nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hit. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you, nigga. Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Pop, pop, pop. Nigga. Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
I'll just use a okay. No. Can you hear me now? Just was too low. Okay.
Oh my God. Hold on. How are y'all feeling? Because I'm literally pissed. There are so many lies in this closing statement, just making up stuff. The fact that he said it's pretty reasonable to assume you need more than one person to commit a robbery. What? Like it's terrible. It's like I don't like the closing. I wish they would have like really focused on the facts, then that would be fine. But I see that they've brought their assumptions to the closing, and that's a problem for me. That's a problem. Can y'all tell me where the likes are? I keep seeing y'all saying get the likes up. Where are the likes? My intelligence is being insulted. I agree. Ask Huey. He's like, it's terrible. I think the closing is so my personal opinion, 391. Okay, guys, while we're on break right now, can you please click the X and like the live? The lives do help me stay into the algorithm of YouTube so more people can come to my channel. I appreciate you guys for watching watching the closing arguments with me today. I hope y'all been enjoying the chat because I think I have one of the best chats over here in this YSL space. I really appreciate you guys being respectful, but I do know that it's a lot. Yeah, this is very emotional. Especially thank you, Bobby, especially since 448 quick. I love that. Especially since a lot of us have been watching this trial for a few months. Some of you been watching the entire year. So this is very emotional. And when you think about everything that they're saying, thank you, Too Pretty. You got the best commentary, friend. When we're looking at this, I guess it's just kind of, man, it's hard for us not to be emotional about what's going on right now. And I mean, my problem with Atkins, and I was cool with him explaining RICO. I was cool with him explaining to the jury their duty because, sorry, they have to be reminded of that. And I'm sure the defense is going to come in and do the same thing. So for me personally, when I was listening to Atkins talk about their duty, it was really leaning towards, okay, I'm going to definitely be a not guilty because of how he asked them to look at everything. I actually like the illustration about the puzzle. I like the illustration about the puzzle because it just has to go beyond reasonable doubt. It doesn't have to be 100% certainty, just beyond reasonable doubt, right? But let's take that illustration and think about what they're saying. When you put the pieces, when their puzzle will not look like that illustration. There's so much more missing, especially when you go to these murders. I thought it was very nasty. Silky's been watching the whole year, so Silky, you really one of the people we're talking about. Key, I like the illustration about the dollar, but the only problem with that is they have so many pieces missing to their puzzle. And I think what bothered me the most of this opening is showing Donovan Thomas's body. That to continue to use this man's murder, you don't know who did it. You think you know, but you do not have concrete evidence of who did it. And for them to use his body, I just feel so sorry for his family. I feel very sorry for his family, especially if these boys walk off of the murder charges, which I think they will. I don't think a reasonable person would find either of them guilty for either of the murders. Now, the other charges, they may be found guilty for, right? But the murders, no. India, I understand why they do it. I just think I understand why they do it, India. I understand it. But I just think in closing arguments, it was just so nasty. I know why they do it. Shock value. I get that. But for me, you hadn't proved it. Okay, y'all, that's my laptop ringing. You hadn't proved it. Hey, Toy, you hadn't proved it. And I mean, oh my, I'm sorry, India. Like, I do understand it. I do understand why they would want to do it. It was just disgusting. Especially, I'm gonna tell you this. Let's call a spade, y'all. I'm sorry. They're not 100% sure that they have the right people. That's my problem. You're not 100% sure. That was my chrono. My MacBook is connected to my phone. And although my phone is on silent, my MacBook ringing. Thank you, Road Dog. This is my point. This is my point. No murder. I'm sorry. Even Jamari Holmes' murder is in the air for me. Even that murder is in the air for me. And I say in the air because I don't believe a damn thing Mariah said. I don't believe anything Mariah said. I just absolutely don't. I don't believe that girl. I do not believe her at all. And so for that reason alone, it's going to have to be a not guilty for all 3 murders that are in this case for me. I don't believe it. And so if there's even, and someone in the chat put this years ago, I mean, not years ago, months ago, they said, if there is any doubt, they did their mother did jury duty. If you're in the chat, say who you are. Their mother did jury duty, and their mother said that they were told if there is even a hint of doubt, then you have to find them not guilty. There's so much doubt, especially when it comes to the murders. There's so much doubt. Hogan was terrible. Hogan is a terrible investigator. The gang units are a joke. They have proven to me that they fabricate information to fit their narrative. Why would he bring Viverito? It's so much, Chrono. Why would he bring up Viverito in his closing? I don't know why did he think that was a good idea? If I were the state, I'd probably try to talk about everyone except Viverito. Viverito was one of the worst witnesses they had. Yes, the defense is closing as well. Dennis too. And let's not forget Gaither. But of all of them, Viverito was the worst. Hey, Ariel. I didn't even see you in here. Viverito was the worst. Hey, Kiana. Hey, Nicole. Hoverito. I would have steered very clear of her. So you know how I told y'all, Keith Adams said he would look at the chats because they're trying to kind of see how they're doing, how the general public is feeling, because it's kind of inkling of maybe what the jury is thinking. They had to see that Viverito was not received well by anyone. I haven't seen one good tweet about Viverito. I haven't seen one good tweet about her. Hey, Vicky. So in my mind, I would have tried to steer very clear of her. You can still talk and not include her at all. I would not have included Viverito. They can't think she did a good job. Squirrel brain. I just wouldn't have done it. Guys. I'm not sure what the strategy was. The only good is that she lost weight. She was a bad witness. She was a very bad witness. Her attitude was very disgusting. I agree. Let them use her. Now, if I'm the defense, oh, baby. Baby, I'm going to talk so bad about Viverito in the most attorney way I can. I'm going to call her a stalker. I'm going to say she's fixated. She's obsessed. Now, if I'm the defense, I'm having a ball with Viverito. Y'all ask me what I'm gonna bring up in my closing. If I'm the defense and y'all been watching my lives, what about Viverito? Not the stalking, guys. What y'all think Doug gonna bring up about Viverito? Tell me what y'all think Doug gonna bring up. Because Doug is me, and I'd bring it up too. I can't wait for Doug. The watch. Yes, I would blame that lady for the watch. Man, please. Man, I would bring up that damn watch and the fact that she was the last person with it. I would bring up the fact that she acted like she didn't know the value of it, but then says, oh, we were Googling things, we researched. Man, I would bring it up. I would bring up that affidavit that she signed about it. Okay, y'all, think we're back. What do you say, Richard Mill or Richard Millet? Baby, I would bring it up. Sure would. Exactly, Nicole. I did see it because I watched Megan's video. She's obsessed. Hold on, y'all. Let's see.
I don't know who designs courtrooms, but I don't think they ask anybody who uses courtrooms. Jury ready? All right.
Hey, Tanetta.
They do, yes. Now we have 3 podiums, so.
I know that's right, Kenya. Yeah, that's not Maurice with the audio. I was on mute. Oh, God. Hold up, y'all.
You can roll the screen over this way some, maybe, if you want them to be able to see them both. I don't know. Now's not the time. Let's do that at lunch. 30 more minutes or so. Thank you. I think that screen maybe stopped working halfway through. So the other one, either the one above or the one, I think the one below doesn't work, but the one above works. They'll switch it up at lunch. Thank you. Lunch is there. We've got about 30 more minutes of Mr. Atkins opening, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back and hear the defense closings. Okay. All right, good.
We ain't really going.
So we just saw that video, right, in 2015, and here we have the same picture, right? Kelvin Watts, Nut Life times 2, because you have Shamel Drinks, Kelvin Watts in this post, and that is the projectile from that murdered Shamel Drinks, and the projectile that murdered Donovan Thomas. Same victims, right? You had Donovan Thomas with Lucci, and you saw how they treated Lucci. Now Donovan Thomas with Kelvin Watts, and you saw the connection. Similar victims over time with different YSL co-conspirators committing the crimes, often together. Not always the same, but similar patterns, which is important for RICO. Now, other connections. You heard about, and we got to take Buddy's name out of the song in case she gets whacked.
I thought we had to get whacked. You know that shit come down on us. Yeah.
Because it's going to come down on us. This lets you know that they know they try to toe the line to get right to where they can diss an op or say something, but have some deniability. And then this is a song. That's Garland. Get shell whacked. It doesn't, yes, it's just a song, but when you're shooting and continuing to promote violence on the same people, that creates a pattern. And that was Danikion Garlington and DeMarco Boyer, who was those phone calls you heard about the night of Shamel Drinks' murder. So what other connections do we have? Well, if you keep going, we talked about this drug sale, right? This is Durante Beebe. Who was with him? Darius Ford, right? This is back in 2020. at, I believe, 151 Cleveland. There's Darius Ford. Now you have, it should come up here. This is Rodelius Ryan and Durante Beebe, right? So remember this, Ford, Beebe, Ryan, it's like a 6 degrees of separation through different crimes. So follow me here. This is Darius Ford and Rodelius Ryan.
We right back running through this shit. Yeah, fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. We right back running through this shit. Fuck wrong with y'all. Yeah, peace and blessings. Gang, peace and blessings, like shit. Peace and blessings.
This is Rodelius Ryan, FYFN. Then you have Garlington, right? We got y'all boys. Ryan Ford. This is Darius Ford. That's Christian Miller that Garlington's posting, right? It's the YSL enterprise and how they view each other. And if you exact violence on one of them, they're all going to try, or if you get a rival or an op, it's for the gang. It's for the enterprise. And then if we keep going with this, this is 05 Driving Slim. This is Christian McMiller with Rodelius Ryan at Slime Business Rod, right? And he puts the heart emoji in the snake. Then you have Shannon Stillwell and Darius Ford, right? And then you have Garlington talking about spinning it every night.
When I smoke with United
So
Bummer
playing a song where
Spin that
in the
shit
mix
every
of
day, every
shooting.
night.
Sure he done singing. I see that Instagram story was still going.
Right? Slap. This is SB. What's up? Using Garlington's Instagram to Rodelius Ryan, right? There's connections between the co-conspirators, and it shows a pattern where they commit crimes together. It may just be Darius Ford and BB selling drugs, but then it also may be shooting up all of these homes or murdering people, and they work in concert together. Now, it has to have, what is an enterprise, right? In this case, it's the criminal street gang. It's got to have a common purpose. It has to have a common kind of ongoing nature. It doesn't have to be a formal like employee roster or something like that. It can be a loose or informal relationship amongst them. It's as simple as that. You've seen how the way that YSL, the common identifiers and the way that they act and speak in concert shows that they have, I would argue, more than a loose relationship with one another. In determining that you can use the pattern to prove the enterprise. This is where the crimes themselves and how they're committed kind of help you. And is there an enterprise? Well, the way that they work in concert shows you that there is. And I misspelled. There's always one word in every slide, and I've checked this thing 20 times, so I apologize. Racketeering. I knew there'd be one. Okay. So is this a RICO?
Right? Yeah, Uncle had wanted me to call you. The man got jumped on.
I know it. That's why I was telling y'all when the last time I told you, I say when Lil Miles leaves the classification, make sure y'all tell him to hit so a nigga know
we called you soon. He got up there, but see what Uncle was trying to see. They were saying it was a mob nigga and nine dude nigga jumped on, bro.
Yeah, we just heard the same thing too. That's why we trying to figure out who the fuck up there mob and probably jumped in with some YFN niggas on the shit.
Yeah, that what folk was trying to call you and see like who the hell that was.
So do it for Phil, right? Trying to get protection is with in the other car with Parmavius Nichols after the murder of Shamel Drinks. Talking about Unfunk. Do it for Phil, person who's hashtag top shotter, snake day at Slime Business Rod, is Miles Farley, the same person who's in the Ford Fusion with Parmavius Nichols when they're at the gas station and then pulls out behind Shamel Drinks, right? So you see this connection and support where when one goes in jail and someone tries to jump Farley, the gang gets protection and they may use an allied gang. That's a pattern, and it's to further the enterprise because you don't want to get caught or get harmed. So take it a step further. This is Christian Eppinger, YSL Brish. That's Unfunk he's posting. Here's Eppinger, Wooney Lee, and BB, right? Only the Slimes all together. Now, when you have Unfunk, Garlington, Sumlin, so you have Eppinger 2016 saying free Unfunk, right? Then in 2022, you have Christian Eppinger and Sumlin having that jail call to try to get Lucci.
And then you have Unfunk and Wellington trying to get protection because YFN, the same group of Lucci, is trying to hurt Miles Farley. So there's connections between the acts. There's patterns and the interactions amongst each other. And if you take it a step further, then you have Rooney Lee with Shannon. You heard about No Slime Left Behind. Rooney Lee with Kendrick actively promoting the gang. Yes, it may just be a photo, but when people think you murdered people, shot people, and got away with it, it has a different context to that. It has a much different context. What is Kenneth Copeland roughly 2 weeks before this indictment? How is he interacting, right? He comes up here like everything's in the past. This is Kenneth Copeland.
He heard somebody. Police been knock up 43, they got a 43-man indictment.
That what Font said?
That what Toon said.
I don't know. He ain't told me that.
Yeah, he said that what he heard, but you know, he probably just talking. Ain't no telling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you think it's what?
I had Jake out of what's the name of him?
Where you think it's what though?
He just said Rico, I guess.
Rico, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what he said. But I don't know how true it is. I told that shit, that stuff is man.
Better stay off Instagram.
Yeah.
Not like Rico.
Yeah.
What Rico? I'm not a criminal enterprise, right? They're casually Copeland, and it kind of makes you think when he's in this witness stand, like, I'm a changed man, or I don't hang out with them anymore, right? This is him, April 23rd of 2022. If you look at the indictment date, it's May 9th, 2022. That's 2 weeks before that indictment. And he's calling Garlington, who he said told him about what happened, that all of these two defendants when they murdered Donovan Thomas. Think about that when you determine in RICO. Taking it a step further, you have some.
No, listen, man. I just got.
Well, it's the call where he says he just got off the phone with Woody, and that YSL stuff is hot. You need to take that down, right? And then at the very end of that, and I won't play the whole thing, but it's in evidence, they say, we need to take that YSL because it's hot, get off social media, right? So that shows you that they know, they just don't want to get caught. This RICO conspiracy, this is your verdict form. When we talked about A and B, it's going to look like this: as to conspiracy to violate subsection A, we the defendant. A, acquire and maintain property, knowingly and willfully conspire. B is those objectives I talked about. Did you participate in the enterprise, knowing and understanding that a pattern of racketeering, which remember, check the indictment for the crimes. Do you think that they knew, when these two defendants from January 10th, 2015 onward, that there would be robbery, aggravated assault, intimidating witnesses? I mean, of course they did. But think about that. Look through this, because you have to decide, is it A or is it B? I believe it's both, but you can find either as a jury when you deliberate. And remember, some evidence can factor into both. The robberies can be A. The stolen guns can be A. They also can be a part of B when you create a pattern. And then on the bottom, it's going to ask you about guilty, guilty. Please identify on the next page the overt acts you find. So when y'all agree unanimously on an overt act, and you got to find one after May 10th, 2017, the good news is there's plenty that the state has proven happened after that date. So they shouldn't be hard to find. You write them down. And if you need to write 50, write 50. If you need a pen, ask the court reporter. She'll come bring you an extra pen if y'all need to run out of ink. But fill it out on the form after this, once you all deliberate and talk through the evidence. And you will find them guilty of the RICO enterprise when you look at the evidence and the common sense, reasonable inferences from all of it. And these connections, I could do this 6 degrees of separation with multiple crimes throughout the case, but I tried to pick a couple to show you. And participation in treating activity, this is much simpler. You know, the RICO enterprise, the criminal street gang, is one in part the same. Criminal street gang activity is there is a gang, YSL. Clearly the evidence has shown at this point that YSL is a criminal street gang, right? Are they a part of that street gang? Do they commit criminal street gang activity? For purposes of this indictment, the judge will instruct you that the street gang charges, the firearm, possessed during the drugs for Kendrick and the murder of Shamel Drinks for Shannon Stillwell, both murder and possession of firearm during commission of a felony, which is the drugs, all criminal street gang activity. So all you really have to decide, in my mind, is there a nexus to the street gang? And I'm going to, this goes on to explain criminal street gang activity, which the judge will tell you that for these crimes, they are street gang activity. You have to find Kendrick and Stillwell and the YSL street gang, which for all intents and purposes is the same as the criminal enterprise we've just been describing. And I'm going to, B is in order to maintain or increase status. So you'll see Shannon Stillwell has B. When he murdered Shamel Drinks, do you think that was in order to boost his YSL and increase his status? Of course it was. He had no disagreement with Shamel Drinks. The only reason to murder him is because you saw all this public posting, revenge, and he had a tweet I had earlier of up the score. That, when Shannon Stillwell committed that murder, it was to further the street gang. There's no other reason that makes any sense. And it would certainly boost his common signs, symbols, and tattoos. I only have a snippet. This is very similar to the first witness belt nap, right? Y'all have heard ample evidence of all these identifiers. You've heard about slat, slime, the lizard, the snake, the green, Copeland with the hand sign. Y'all are basically experts at this point, or probably yourselves, because you've heard a lot about it, but it's important to show you the evidence over time. Tattoos, I've talked a lot about these. I think it's important to, these permanent YSL lifestyle. This is Trontavia Stevens, that's Antonio Sumlin, that's Antonio Sumlin, that's the Diamante Kendrick, Slime Life, YSL, and then you have face tattoos, Javon Fleetwood, then you have Walter Murphy's gonna come up, and Christian Eppinger, public YSL tattoos on their face, essentially a walking billboard for the enterprise. And if you commit a crime with that on your face, it's to help let people know this is from YSL. Going a little bit further, 3 or more members, clearly there's 3 or more. RICO was 2 or more, gang, you need at least 3. So you can't have a gang of 2 under the law. It's the same principle. That block is easily checked as an element. This is just pictures of multiple. This is Rodelius Ryan adding all of the slimes. This is Kendrick, Copeland, Zachary, ball up them slimes back in 2014. And that's Trontavia Stevens, again, showing you how they publicly accept and acknowledge the gang, and at least when they're outside of a courtroom. Going further, this is Quindarius Zachary, November 6th, 2014. Well, I'll keep going, but it's the video y'all watch where he says YSLD, big bullets, and he's pointing a gun at a camera. That's just him publicly. And then firearms, right? This criminal street gang is armed constantly. These are some examples of acts where this is Shannon Stillwell with that firearm, Trontavia Stevens with this firearm. Going further, that's Christian Eppinger with a stock of guns. YSL Brish, who said they want smoke, that's Zachary, still don't know any better. YSL Little D. They have these firearms because they use them. They're not sport hunting, they're not collecting them, they're shooting people with them, as you've seen repeatedly. This is Waters Road, the drum magazine, double magazine where it's taped together. That was the stolen one from the cargo. I'm just showing you examples, and if you think about it, it's quite a lot of guns, either in photographs or physically introduced. Why do they need them? For the enterprise, and for the context of this, the street gang. This is from May 9th, 2022. All of the guns in the home. Again, 2022 and 2015, they all are stopped and have and use firearms. That's the violence. That's the tool for the street gang. More firearms. This is from Rodelius Ryan in the middle with 6 firearms. This is Zachary with an AK, Zachary with an AK. This is Shannon Stillwell with nothing compatible in the trenches but a carbine, right? In 2020, over at Act 115. Over and over and over, they show you we have guns, we use guns, we're not afraid to use it. Believe them. The evidence has shown it. Gang detectives, I'm not going to go through everything. I think you've heard a lot, right? And what they talked about was not fantasy. Gaither and Dennis, when they talked about getting woken up in the middle of the night with all of this 2015, they interviewed Walter Murphy. They interviewed Quindarius Zachary. They interviewed Copeland 6 times. Not an easy task. All of that stuff they did repeatedly. They didn't just, and they all acknowledged. This is Jeffrey Williams. The cops asked them all. They know my business in all the jurisdictions. They all testified about YSL Street Gang, identifiers, identified members. Are they all wrong? Are they all just, Gaither and Dennis are just making up crimes? No. YSL is a criminal street gang as shown by their actions. And Detective Belknap discussed the origins of Rock Crew, how it became YSL. He also mentioned how YSL, the street gang he started hearing about in schools before the record label was formed, and the rival between the YSL and Inglewood family. I just simple 2 words, or I guess it's 3, 2015 first wave. This is waves of violence and a tsunami of evidence about a criminal enterprise operating throughout. And the second wave, Rito told you about it. She told you about all these back and forth shootings in 2019 and 2020. And she talked about what was going on in just 1 month, March of 2022. And all of these social media, she was clipping by, it seemed like almost the hour, to show this public disrespect. Same group, same victims, same rivalry in YSL and YFN. Nothing has changed except time. That's how you know it's a criminal enterprise actively afloat. May 9th, 2022. So for Kendrick, he's with Duke Martinez Arnold in 2015 when they're stopped by Trestle Tree. You've seen the photographs of the marijuana and the firearms. He's in Jeffrey Williams' house. This is in May of 2022. Him actively having this arm protection, firearms, and being in a house and then running when the police come with 2 other identified, documented street gang members. It furthers the gang's interest to have multiple YSL members together, even in one of their own homes, because as you've seen, they're going to always be armed and have firearms. So all you have to decide, in my opinion, if you meet the other elements, is there a street gang? Is there 2 or more members? Is his possession of the marijuana and firearm collective construction, which Ms. Hilton will talk to you about, in furtherance of the gang? And I'll argue that it is. Shannon Stillwell's, when you talk about participation in criminal, I made it green to say found. Like I said, I don't need to belabor this much. I think it's quite obvious that Shamel Drinks is a textbook example of a gang murder, where they literally just shoot him because they happen to see him at a gas station. He's a rival, that they're following Kelvin Watts and other postings that are dissing or alluding to the murder of McMiller and Ford. And that's why he kills them. But you don't have a license to just kill who you want because they happen to be in an Instagram post, or you think, or they are associated with a rival gang. That's to boost his street cred within the gang. And then, every slime plays nasty. What does Rooney Lee say about that? Yeah, they can argue that they're just trying to watch the local basketball game on the nightly news.
And ESPN got a bomb on me because we blowing niggas down.
He's got a gun and says ESPN because we're blowing people down. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is Kendrick's tattoo. You're going to see, this is Miles Farley, ESPN tattooed on the back of his neck. This is going to be Christian Eppinger coming up here. Rise and Slime, ESPN. And then I didn't clip it in there, but there's the song that Shannon Stillwell himself made where he literally says, every slime plays nasty. So these are common phrases, identifiers, and by nasty, they mean violence. You've seen it. Going a step further, is this a street gang? This is going to be Rooney Lee and Rodelia Slime.
Fake, man, yeah, man, gang shit, man. You know what the fuck going, man, yeah, man, slime business shit, man.
Slime
man,
business
happy birthday to man, Rooney mean everything to me, man. Shit on me for real. Can you get an only tattoo on me, man? Gonna spin again. Nah, for real, no cap, man. Slack, nigga. It been a minute since I seen it up. It been a minute.
Y'all know I can't be having YouTube get me again, so y'all gonna have to just listen to this Slime Life song, because I'm sure. Go look it up. Go look it up if y'all want to hear it. Okay, let's see. Lord, Lil Rob played the whole song. Is he in jail? Is he in jail playing the whole song like this?
The slap and Woody.
6 months that's going on this shit. I mean,
I'm the BEO. I'm the BEO of this sex, money, murder set. You heard Belknap, Gaither, and Dennis talk about the sex, money, murder, where YSL is a subset of that, right? It's their own words. They're not hiding. They're not slat on the finger. And then you're going to have again, Miles Farley, when the OGs don't feed, it boosts up the crime rate, right? They're actively telling you what they're doing, which was in Rodelius Ryan's Instagram. You all saw this video. Again, take them at their word. Don't just take mine.
Wipe it over, wipe it. Big B. I know this shit. Little baby rollout. Little baby rollout.
Little baby rollout. Quick rollout for a small town.
Right now the trenches keep pills.
And they do keep pistols and they do light people up, which means shooting at them. What is YSL about? I said the deception. You have the flash and the fame and the lifestyle, and it's all a joke. And then you have the reality of YSL street gang members exacting violence on members of their own community repeatedly over the years with impunity. The intimidation. I think y'all all know well what we've shown and walked through, the violence publicly about witnesses who come in and testify, the way that people get YSL amnesia, as I call it, when they sit in the witness stand and they can't remember entire years of their life. It's not believable, except there's real fear and there's real trepidation to coming into a court and testifying. Destruction, I don't have to go on this long. It clearly has their actions and crimes have destroyed pockets of the communities in multiple communities in Fulton County. And death, you've heard about the murders that they've committed repeatedly. It's not just words. In Fulton County, you can get a driver's license, you can get a fishing license, but what you can't do as a criminal RICO enterprise is no one's above the law, and you don't have a license to kill, and you don't have a license to operate for impunity for a decade at citizens in Fulton County. Because it doesn't matter in Fulton County if you're the richest, if you're the poorest, it doesn't matter anything about who you are. You don't deserve to be victimized. And a criminal enterprise has a lot more power and strength. And the crime that they've done, the pattern, the evidence, the agreement that they've had publicly proclaiming it is clear that this RICO enterprise is very real. It's more than just a conspiracy. It's alive and active. They willingly and knowingly agree to it. And they don't think that anyone will hold them accountable. But as reasonable, fair-minded jurors, when you deliberate and walk through the evidence and you compare the evidence with the law from the judge, there's no conclusion but guilty on count 1 RICO. And I argue it's both subsection A and B, but that's for y'all to decide. And these crimes charged, the criminal street gang and RICO, I ask you guilty on all those counts. Ms. Hilt will talk to you after the defense, and we'll talk to you about why the defendants are guilty of the charged murders of Donovan Thomas and Chanel Drinks. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna take our lunch break at this point, and let's take until 12:30.
Now, I want to know who put their marriage license in their mouth. Who y'all think did it, Miss Hilton or Miss Love? Which one of them put that? It could have been Abate. Y'all know he blurted it out. Who y'all think put that in there? It could have been Abate. Abate probably said, wait a minute, add this. It was very brief, Jalise.
30.
I saw it, but it didn't.
On the jury charges that I sent, the overt act definitions include some that are previously defined, but on the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and possibly by a convicted felon, we will go back during lunch and make sure that the previous definition in the counts covers only the crimes that these two defendants would be charged with, and that there may be others. So we may have to kind of do a little definition of those again to make sure that it includes whatever crimes might be alleged in the overt acts. So that's one change that's going to need to be made. All right, see y'all back.
We can go back. And how we know, like, so Key, when I saw the marriage license, I was typing about them using the white man's driver's license. I'm like, why do we keep using white men? Okay. So y'all keep me on. I know I went to bed at 3:00 this morning. So I'm like, wait a minute. Then Key said marriage license, and then it clicked. Why the hell I ain't heard nothing about a marriage in this actual trial? Nothing. I don't remember anyone talking about any type of marriage. Hell, when they tried to say Lucci mama husband or something, she said my little friend, a special friend or something, didn't it? I don't even remember a marriage being talked about. We gotta go back because I just want to know, it didn't even relate. Where did they get that from? Hold on, let me go back just a little bit.
So that's one change.
Decade at citizens in Fulton County, because it doesn't matter in Fulton County. They sit in the witness stand and they can't remember entire years of their life. It's not believable.
Hold on, and can I just say he really did eat with the YSL amnesia? YSL amnesia. I thought that was pretty creative. He said that these witnesses can't even remember a whole year of their lives. They get YSL amnesia when they come to the stand. He kind of ate with that one. He kind of ate with that.
Believable, except there's real fear and there's real trepidation to coming into a court and testifying. Destruction, I don't have to go on this long. It clearly has their actions and crimes have destroyed pockets of the communities in multiple communities in Fulton County. And death, you've heard about the murders that they've committed repeatedly. It's not just words. In Fulton County, you can get a driver's license, you can get a fishing license, but what you can't do as a criminal RICO enterprise is.
I'm gonna stop it right here and let's point something out. He said you can get a driver's license, you can get a fishing license. He never even talks about a marriage license. He doesn't even talk about the marriage license. Listen one more time. He didn't even talk about it, so y'all know this was just petty and purposeful.
It's not just words. In Fulton County, you can get a driver's license, you can get a fishing license, but what you can't do as a criminal RICO.
Driver's license, fishing license, but what you can't do, the marriage license is just up there. The marriage license is just up there. I hope Kayla probably sitting in the courtroom clocking what they just did. The marriage license is just up there for whatever. There's no purpose for it. It's out of place. He said a driver's license, fishing license, and then this marriage license pops up. It's definitely them being very, very much messy and petty because they know the jury sees all. They know all. And they're just trying to bring it up. Oh, Kayla is gone. I forgot. Y'all right. You are right. Kayla's gone. I forgot. I texted her this morning too. And I absolutely forgot she's on her 7-day cruise. I'm not. Listen. A driver's license, fishing license, and the marriage license pops up. I forgot Kayla's on her cruise, y'all. I forgot that her and the kids are on the cruise. Like, who okayed this? Who okayed this? And y'all know the jury sees all, so they know they're being messy.
Enterprise is no one's above the law, and you don't have a license to kill, and you don't have a license to operate for impunity for a decade.
Did y'all see how long it just sat there? Oh, Krona. I love it. We're going to have to song friend. Yes, you better speak it. Y'all, Oh, I'm so sorry. Miss Fab, I'm trying to figure this out too. How did this get up there? Who do y'all think? 1-4. Okay, y'all. Just put the name. Love, Hilton, or Abate, because I know he didn't do that. I know Atkins didn't do that. Love, Hilton, or Abate? Y'all thinking Adam? Adam might be mad about that text message. Love. Oh, Abate and Love. A tag team, Jaleesa. All three. And I'm going to say I could see all three too. Simply because they all was real messy about the situation. All of them. Okay. Because why? Okay, hold on just a second. It was a collective PowerPoint. Okay, I agree. All three of them conspired together. Alice, you better use your words that you learned about. Atkins has taught us. You think military cut number 2 did it? Oh my God. Now, because Hilton almost had a breakdown in court. When did she almost have a breakdown? I think Atkins is probably overruled. Hilton throws rocks and hides her hand. I do believe that too. Yeah, I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand why they would do that. I don't get it.
At citizens in Fulton County, because it doesn't matter in Fulton County if you're the richest, if you're the poorest, it doesn't matter anything about who you are. You don't deserve to be victimized. And a criminal enterprise has a lot more power and strength. And the crime that they've done, the pattern, the evidence,
look at them.
The agreement that they've had publicly proclaiming it is clear. That this RICO enterprise is very real. It's more than just a conspiracy. It's alive and active. They willingly and knowingly agreed to it. And they don't think that anyone will hold them accountable. But as reasonable, fair-minded jurors, when you deliberate and walk through the evidence, and you compare the evidence with the law from the judge, there's no conclusion but guilty on count 1 RICO. And I argue it's both subsection A and B, but that's for y'all to decide. And these crimes charged, the criminal street gang and RICO, I ask you guilty on all those counts. Ms. Hilton will talk to you after the defense, and we'll talk to you about why the defendants are guilty of the charged murders of Donovan Thomas and Chanel Drinks. Thank you.
Okay, y'all. So,
and let's take until 12.
All right. So we're going back. We're coming back at 12:30. They said 12:30, right? Let me see what she said. I think she said 12:30. So what we're gonna do until 12:30 is I'm gonna open the floor, see what you guys are feeling about. What are you feeling about opening statements so far from the state? So I've already told you guys how I feel about it. I know you've seen it in the chat, and we have about 30 minutes to do that because it's more of us in here today. I just ask that we kind of keep it 2 to 3 minutes, and I'm actually going to use a timer today because I normally don't use a timer, and I'll get to talking back with people and look up, time is gone. So we're going to do a timer, and let's just see how y'all feeling about what's going on today, because I'm going to tell you, I'm pissed. I think it's been terrible, honestly. Okay, y'all, I got my timer up so that we can make sure that we're doing our 2 to 3 minutes. Come up, guys. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. This is a very, very informal, cool environment. Say what you need to say. Please watch the curse words. I think you can say shit, you can say ass, but I just don't like hearing MF or F, the F word. I be trying my best not to say it. So if you slip up, cool, but let's try not to. And I don't know if we could say the N word on here, so just try to hold that one too. Don't be like Paige. Don't be like Paige up here, okay? Don't do that. But y'all definitely can. Please come up. I put the link in the chat. Simply click the link. You don't have to have your camera on or anything like that to come up. And please like the live. Please like the live. Barchi, stop. Yeah, I just keep yawning. I'm so sorry. I did go to bed at like 3 o'clock this morning and had to get right back up. In the spirit of grit, please don't get up here and talk like my sister, okay? Please do not get up here and talk like my little sister. Hold the words up. Hold the MF words now. If y'all are not going to come up, then we can when we'll bring somebody up there. Oh, girl, I'm okay. I'm okay. Just saying, because this is not gonna be long. We only doing closing arguments today. This shouldn't be long. I'm absolutely fine. This is a story of my life. I'm just not normally streaming this early, so I can be doing my stuff and kind of laying down. But today I'm actually streaming, so I'm just gonna apologize. I'm the foolish person who set up like a crazy person. It's because I took a nap, and that's how I got the times messed up yesterday. For Erica, don't do it for grit. Please don't. Please don't do it for Gretchen. What was you doing at 3 a.m.? Girl, just up. I was just up, Key. It really was no rhyme or reason for it. Just up. And it's because I took a nap. And when I took my nap, we did the accountability meeting. And it was, oh my God, it was such a great meeting. But we did the accountability meeting. By the time I got off, it was about 10:30 or something. You know, I shouldn't just put my devices down and went to sleep. So that's what I should have done. She said if it start lagging, y'all getting cut off. First of all, my prayer this morning must have worked. We have been streaming nonstop, no problems. Listen, I don't even want to touch the computer. Okay. I prayed, y'all. I was like, listen. I said, God, please let this stream go through, God. Lay hands on the Wi-Fi so I can get through this stream. Girl, I prayed. Today is an important day. I prayed, y'all. Erica, I don't have anyone to pillow talk to, friend. They blood members today. Yes. T-Dog. The accountability session is really good. Thank you, Ty. The accountability session was really great. I was just up, y'all. Y'all, the Wi-Fi coming through today, Kelly. I appreciate the Wi-Fi. So I appreciate the Wi-Fi today. I don't even know why it's this early. Why is it this early? Yeah, Mikhail, don't mess up anybody's haircut. Why is it this early and y'all acting foolish? I should be able to look at my chat. This isn't an after dark moment. I should be able to look at my chat and it not be foolishness. A few candidates, Erica, for me on the phone with them. Uncle Feaster is crazy, Ty. Uncle Feaster is crazy. Armenia, I would never. Maybe that's it, Miss Sheila. Because the kids are out of school, Miss Sheila. My son texted me this morning wait a minute. He texted me this morning at 3 o'clock. I said, now why are you up? Listen, we don't need Mikhail pushing anyone's hairline back. I just want to know why they put their baby autopsy in the pouch. Me too. I think it was very sad, unfortunate. I miss Mill After Dark. Go back and watch. Go back and watch. Oh, my friend's here. Hold on, let me see if I can add her. Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear me?
Hold on. Sorry, hold on just a second. Well, you can talk to the chat. I'm going to go on mute for a second, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to try and fix my camera. I did this last time and I can't remember what happened. So hang on. Oh, man. What did I do to fix this last time? You can hear me now? What is going on? Oh, Y'all can hear me? Okay. I'm trying to fix my camera, and I did this last time, and I don't remember what I did to fix it. What the hell? How did I fix this? I think I had to do it with my phone. So hang on. I'm going to email myself the link. Oh, geez. Let's see if this is going to work. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Oh. All right. Y'all can see me and hear me. Okay. So.
Hey, Starra, we see you.
Oh, hang on.
We can see you. We can see you. You look. Oh, wait, did you dye your hair or something? Let me
Well,
take this
so
off.
my hair is colored, but like it's red, so it fades really easily. So I put
Oh.
like a color conditioner on it. That's why.
Oh, I love it. I
Thank
love
you. Well, I got it
First of
cut.
all,
So, okay. So,
first
I mean,
of
I'll.
all, how are
Oh,
you feeling today so far?
all right. Well, I mean, I'm going to let y'all know I missed like an hour of it because I had to go to court myself. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I know we all hate this and whatever else, but like, I hope that like what Adkins did kind of makes it clear to people how easy it is to get wrapped up in this RICO and how it doesn't have to be your own actions. And that's like always been my concern because while I think the states made their case in a myriad of bad ways, you can see how easy it is in certain respects to get tied up in this, like that's just my big concern. I caught like the very beginning and then I was listening to it when I was driving home. And I thought it was really interesting how Adkins kept saying, like, the Chamel drinks thing speaks for itself. And I'm like, that's because you ain't got shit to say about that.
No,
That was my
he just
takeaway.
kept saying that. I mean, it's not hard for me to believe this. It's very reasonable. I'm like, no, it's not. So
Yeah.
can you do this for us? I saw some people in the chat wanting to know, hey, this is my first time seeing an opening statement. Is this typically how it goes? Can you kind of explain to us not opening, closing statement, what your purpose of the closing statement actually is? Why are we doing it?
Okay. So, like while you're in the trial and while you're presenting the evidence, like obviously as the prosecutor, you want to like tie evidence back to like the allegations, but you're not allowed to like explicitly say that's what you're doing. It has to kind of come out through the questions and, you're always trying to like loop back to like your evidence in the question, which the state just did not do very well here, in my opinion. But here is your time to like say those things out loud, right? Like draw the conclusions for the jury out loud and tie the evidence to whatever your argument is and to whatever the charges are. It's your chance to say, okay, we gave you the evidence. Now here are all the reasonable deductions from the evidence. Like that is what you're supposed to be doing here. And normally like closing arguments, obviously you don't want to just show up and like not really work hard, but normally they're not as important as they are here because who can remember anything, so that's kind of, I don't know if I'm talking too much, but
no, I think that's perfect. I think, for me, my understanding was, hey, they're trying to wrap it up, paint a picture for the jury, help the jury understand their side of things. And I think when I'm listening to Atkins, I think what I'm pissed off most about is I really thought they'd try to stay on the facts, but they're still bringing in their assumptions and, hey, this is what we believe. And I get that they have a theory they have to show, but it's just after presenting the evidence, I feel like as attorneys, they can reasonably look at stuff and say, well, let's work this way, because Viverito was a terrible witness, and they are like bringing her in. Then the PowerPoints bringing up Woody and DK and all of these people. I mean, I just thought it
The
was bad. I just
references
think
to
it was good.
Woody were worded in a, they were worded in a, it was a choice. I'll just say that. I can't come up with a good way to use this sentence. I mean, here's the thing. Like, you and everybody watching this would be less bothered by that if you felt as though the evidence had shown that. But you're bothered by it
Exactly.
because you're not buying it. You know, like, they're approaching this argument like you should in theory, but their evidence just wasn't doing what it was supposed to be doing. And that's especially evident like with Chamel drinks, because like I missed like a good hour of this, but every reference I saw to that was very like, well, obvi, you know, like, because that was like the most they could say about it. I mean, that, and part of that may be because Hilton, I guess, is going to argue like the individual counts more than Adkins was. So maybe she's going to push that case a little bit more. But to me, when you are about to have Max Shart and Doug Weinstein get up there, who we all know are going to do a great job, and very adequately convince people that the Chamel drinks thing doesn't make any sense, you need to come in stronger on that, because so many of Shannon's charges are married to that because of the way they're worded.
I like that.
And
Thank you for bringing that up. That's a really great point.
yeah, so like they needed to get ahead of that more here. I mean, the problem is like Adkins has an impossible task, you know, like he has an impossible task.
He's trying, and the way he's moving those hands today shows it just shows it all, because I don't know if I've ever seen those hands move as much and as fast as they are today.
He's just such a dork, you know? He's just such a dork. And in certain ways that makes him the right.
Star, they said married. I see what you did there. Yeah, did you see Atkins in this marriage license just randomly on the
Oh my
PowerPoint
God.
today? So I guess the word marriage is floating around today, because that was insane. That was insane to me. I think it was very messy, very just unnecessary, because he's talking about, what was it, y'all? Driver's license, fishing license, but we see a marriage license on the screen.
Yeah.
I was just like, what is going on here? What's going on? So how do you feel the PowerPoint? Before remember this, finish saying what you're going to say, and then I want you to talk about the bits of the PowerPoint you did see, and if you think those legal aids would actually work. But go ahead, finish your sentence.
Okay, so with regards to the marriage license thing, I mean, I know what we're all thinking, right? You know, we all know what we're thinking. But like, take that part out of it, okay? Let's assume that there was nothing interesting about a marriage alleged to be going on here. It's a ridiculous argument. Like, they don't have a license to kill. No, nobody thinks that. Okay, like that's stupid. It's stupid. I mean, I feel badly for Adkins, and I don't like to come up here and just poop all over him. I am much more comfortable pooping all over some other people because of their behavior, and I do feel like Adkins has tried his best to be professional, right? But that's why a dork is both the best and worst person for this argument, because this is a very technical argument, the RICO. And so someone with Adkins' personality, that can be suited to him, right? But also, like, you need somebody with a little bit of like flair and personality.
Yeah, somebody to push it. Like, you know, I love when everybody on my channel knows I love to say, paint the picture, tell me the story. And he's not doing that for me. And even when he tries, it just sounds crazy. I mean, the PowerPoint using white robbers in this case is a choice. It's a choice. And it's little
Okay,
things
I
like
took a
that
screenshot of that
bother me.
slide because I was like, I have to talk about this later because it is the
I
dorkiest shit
can't
I've
wait.
ever seen.
I just thought it's a choice. That is a choice. The PowerPoint, the scenario, like the scenarios, everything was a choice, and they were poor choices. I'm sorry.
Well, there are certain situations in which you need to utilize a clearer analogous situation to make it clear to the jury and simplify, like, look, you've seen this before, you've done this before, you've drawn these conclusions before in other situations. But when you are talking about what these defendants are alleged to have done, it doesn't work because it is insensitive, certainly in certain ways. And also, it's just like, this should be a very sexy sounding argument, right? Like, like you got a lot of stuff to work with here. And even if you don't think the defendants, they've proven their case against them, they brought evidence of some pretty wacky, wild stuff that they were involved in. I don't know that they've
And
tied
that you
it.
could actually prove.
Yes.
Why
Like,
didn't they focus on those things? They're instead focusing on the things that have the most reasonable doubt. Like, I mean, if
yeah.
the stuff that the crime, because what bothers me, and I know you've spoken about RICO and how Georgia's RICO law is just, it's a catch-all. It feels like double jeopardy at times because some of these crimes they've already gone to jail for and everything. And then now we've got the RICO charges coming up. So I don't know why they didn't do more focus on that instead of bringing up all of these retaliatory shootings that no one was ever arrested for. The Donovan Thomas, I don't know if you saw, did you see they put his autopsy picture
I did
on
not.
the
They put
side?
an autopsy photo in that?
Yes,
Okay. You
they
don't do that.
did.
You do
Yeah,
not do that.
okay, so great. A lawyer is saying this. So we
No.
were talking about this earlier, how we understand its shock value, but to have that man's body, and it was like
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
disgusting, especially when nothing in this case has been proven that you know exactly who did it. You're telling us who you think did it. You haven't shown direct evidence, but you're just telling us who you think did it. Terrible.
Well, and that's why they have to do it that way because they have to be like, this was bad. No, I mean, look, I've handled 50 murders in my career. That is not something that you do. I don't know a prosecutor that would do that. And, again, I can't speak to what happens in other jurisdictions. That's disgusting and despicable to me. So, an autopsy photo, like, what does that prove? We all know this man is not alive. That's gross. That's really
We
actually
all
quite
know it. I just
despicable.
think at this point, I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't know. I don't know. I wanted them to, even for the state, I wasn't prepared for this. I just felt like they clearly have to know the public's view of the case. Like, this
They
is your
just don't.
time to win us over. This is the time to win people over. Can you make us really see what you've been trying to tell us throughout this year? Because we've gone through 160 something days. We don't see it, but can you do it today? Can you make me a believer? And you did not.
Well, there's a
I'm so
case.
bothered by that.
There's a case in here. Like, I'm sorry, on the RICO, you could make that case if you knew how to argue it. You could.
Yep.
Because, whatever
I
you
think they
think.
still might get the RICO.
I mean,
They still
I
may
think.
get. That's the only one I think they may get is RICO.
No, I mean, I think because of all the reasons that we've talked about previously, because it's just so easy to do, I think that, that is certainly something that could happen. Like Shamel drinks, Donovan
Especially
Thomas.
in Georgia.
That's not happening. Those are not.
Nope, I don't think so. Yeah. I think their only chance is probably count one. The other charges, probably no. But count one RICO, probably gonna be maybe a yes. Because I can actually see that based on today, which I know people were annoyed by, but I kind of appreciated Atkins going over the definitions, the law, the statute. I appreciate that. And
You
after
have to.
the case is over, we're gonna go back so that we can really understand it. Because I understand why he did that. You need to tell the jury what's going on. But then on the flip side, going through reasonable doubt and how the jury should be looking at things, I'm not sure if it helped the state, because when I was listening, I was like, oh, okay, so it's a not guilty for me for a lot of these things after hearing the statute and the duty. So I appreciate that.
No, I mean, I think, and that's why I say a dork works in this, because like Adkins is well suited to like explaining that kind of technical stuff. And while his presentation is a bit annoying to me, he's quite thorough. And I thought from what I saw, he did a good job of explaining that law that is inherently incredibly confusing. And I, as an attorney, struggle with it. So I thought he did a good job at
Me
that.
too.
But I mean, that's why I've said all along, and I said it in my video yesterday, I think that the state's or the defense's best play on the RICO is like a nullification style argument that is you have to be very careful about making. And I think the best way to do that, in part, and I'm not saying that this is the only way, because I'm sure Doug and Max have great ideas on their own, is basically you say, like, okay, all the evidence of like all these things about the RICO, they were brought to you by these detectives that are showing you cases that you know they can't prove. You can't trust this evidence
Ooh.
because of the way it happened. Like you basically tie the weakness of the other things and say, here's why you can't trust this either.
I like it. I like
And
that.
the other thing that I thought as soon as Atkins got up there, I was like, bro, was like he had those like things like deception, whatever. And I was like, sir, you are not in a position to call other people out on intimidation. Okay. Like,
Do you
what? You
hear
said
me?
how you would handle that if you are the prosecutor, because obviously like their theory is that these people were intimidated by them, which I don't really think the evidence shows, but let's just assume that it's the case. You say, you know what, you got up here, you heard from people that said they took pleas because X, Y, and Z, and now they're in the courtroom with these people and they're intimidated by them.
Don't forget YSL amnesia. He said they have YSL amnesia.
I mean, I kind of actually like that.
Sorry, I told the chat. I said he kind of ate with that one. YSL amnesia.
I thought it was good.
He ate with that one.
I thought that was good. And that shows like Adkins has a personality. He's just, whatever. I mean, you have to kind of like, you have to own the fact that your witnesses that you based a lot of your stuff on showed up and said different things. And I don't think that putting that on intimidation is a good plan, because that's so easy for the state or for the defense to throw back in your face.
Oh, and
Like the
use their
first thing
power
I
to
would
do it.
Well, if I'm Doug or Max, the first thing I'm going to do is be like, are you serious? Did the state really just get up there and tell you that these people who were held in jail, told they were going to prison, blah, 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 were intimidated by the men in this courtroom who are currently, I guess you can't say that they're
Wait
in
a
jail,
minute,
but
Star. Hold on, Star. Did you go into full attorney presenting your closing argument mode? Because the pen is going, the hands are moving. It was giving Atkins for a second. Come on.
I mean, I've done this a few times. But yes, I am in fact an attorney. Like, I mean, you have to get up there and just be like, because that would always be my favorite thing. Whatever they ended on is going to be the first thing out of my mouth, and I flip it on them. So, here, for you to get up here and tell this jury that these witnesses testified this way because they are intimidated by the men that are sitting in these chairs accused of crimes is absurd. Like, it's an absurd position to take. I think it's very disingenuous. I don't think a jury is going to buy it, because that is not, I mean, Mooktonk, for example, like, did that man seem like he was afraid? Woody?
He was, Moonton told him. Moonton said out of his mouth, he said, I'm not scared of you or him. I said, okay, Moon. Woody didn't seem scared. DK, and not only that,
Thug a question from the stand. He's not scared of Thug. Like,
he's not scared. And not only that, I feel like DK, I was watching DK again. I'm gonna have to rewatch his whole testimony. Tick, y'all know, it's one of my favorites. They actually seem to be trying to answer the questions. They didn't seem rattled. Slime like Shawty. These people didn't seem. The only person that seemed rattled was Obama. Outside of Obama,
but who did he seem afraid of? The state.
And Obama. Come on. Obama was scared of them. I'm sorry, let me correct that. The only person that seemed rattled on the stand was Obama. And I do think a lot of it was because of what happened to Moonton. Let me make sure I clarify that. I do think he was up there nervous because my freedom, they're hanging. Y'all, you're crazy if you don't think they said something to him. You are crazy if you don't think they said something to him.
And if I'm his attorney, I'm going to say something to him. I'm going to be like, look, dude, you've seen what they do. Like, I would have to warn my client, because otherwise you're not doing your job.
Thank you for that.
For the state to say that is stupid. What you need to say as the state is like, look, you heard them running their mouths in these videos, and did they sound like they were lying? That's what you say. Like, you don't get up there and be like, oh, it was all because now they're intimidated by these people. Like, that's absurd. And like, all those wiretaps and stuff don't back that up. Like, it doesn't back it up, because there are things in the wiretaps that are tied to things that they said.
Oh, Nate said he told her that they threatened him before he got on the stand. We could tell. We could absolutely tell that. I could tell he was so nervous, very uneasy. bringing up the plea. I just think it was further because a lot of us assumed it, right? Nay, thank you for that. We all assumed it, but when she started bringing out that plea, we knew it to be fact. We knew it to be fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and it's like these things went a certain way, but I think you just say, you know what, before they pled, they signed and said this stuff was true and they said it was fact, and that's what you should take from it. Like,
I think what bothered me is that they've had to sign these pleas that have these factual acknowledgments that literally were written by the state, nothing that they wanted to agree to it. But that's so crazy to me. And I when you think about people trying to get out of jail, not having the money to see a 2-year trial through, it's just so unfortunate that this has happened. And again, never saying that some of these crimes weren't committed. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that the state definitely played on the defendant's desperation and their want to get out of jail.
no, I mean, I totally agree. And I think part of the thing you say is the defense is, you know what? Take all those factual acknowledgments out of this. Because do you feel like you actually know what if that was the truth? What are you left with in terms of deciding that this RICO conspiracy exists? What are you left with? Some social media videos of people who are potentially hangers onto this group and whatever else. Take that out because you can't trust it. Where are you left with this RICO?
Oh,
that's
are we
how
going
you
to
do
get
that.
there? I love that. Are we, because someone else just said too, it has to be unanimous. And when you think about that, they said this is our 2-minute warning. Thank you, Marva. When you think about that, you also have to, I guess, think about the fact that everybody may not see the conspiracy. I don't see a conspiracy. What I absolutely see, because I'm not gonna say now, y'all know I'm not ever gonna say I'm in the streets, but I've been around people who have groups of friends, and they're still friends to this day. And if you were to charge them with the RICO, I'd be like, what the hell? What? It absolutely seems like this RICO, this a group of friends who, you doing your stuff, you doing yours. They may have known some things that each other was doing, but they didn't know everything. They weren't running anything by each other. And that's the problem that I have with the RICO. It's not organized. Vivarito said it. So that's the problem for me. I know we got 2 minutes, so Star, I do want to know if you want to stay on. I'll just leave you. I don't know if you're streaming or not today, but I can just leave you up while the stream is going.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat some lunch and stuff, so I'll turn off my camera, but I'll be listening. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything you just said, though. It's just because I represent people all the time where there's multiple parties in cases, and that doesn't mean I think that they entered into a conspiracy in the way they're talking about it here.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I think, Agnes was trying to really drive that home. Like, hey, did they do this? Did they sign up for this? And I'm just kind of thinking to myself, hell, just because I go to the mall with my friend and she decides she want to steal out the mall does not mean that I was in on it and I knew. And it kind of feels like this is where we're going. You're just saying, oh, they just knew that these people are going to be out here stealing, robbing, killing. They just knew it. They knew it when they decided to hang with them. No, I don't think there's this conscious buy-in to that.
And what the state would have been wise to do is, to the extent that we have 6 people on trial here, and let me know if I need to stop talking, but just put overt acts that involve them. Because when you are trying to make them responsible for all this other nonsense, all of your arguments lose credibility. So
I agree with that. And I think that's something that people were saying in the comments. Hey, those people are no longer on trial. What are we doing here? What are we doing? And I think you're absolutely correct, because you're forcing the jury to make Shannon and Yak make them responsible for acts committed by people y'all gave deals to.
Well, and
so
the law allows them to do that, but that doesn't make it a good decision. They would have, if they had limited this so much more, it would have been a much more effective presentation, in my opinion.
I agree.
I guess, taste. I don't know.
Not only that, because Keith said, I really doubt the jury cares about anything they don't see. At the beginning of trial, Love said that Thug was the leader of the wolf pack. He was the responsible party. It all fell on him. He's gone. He is out. He is free. He is gone. So how am I supposed to believe you actually thought he was the leader of the pack if he's gone home?
Well, and I've never understood that because they don't need a leader for this to exist. You know,
I saw that too.
it was an unnecessary burden that they put on themselves because I
Ooh.
don't think it's plausible.
Oh, I saw we went and read the RICO statute and just tried to get a basic understanding of it was really short, but you are so right. Why did they put that burden on themselves? Because now throughout this trial, you have to force or you have to show me that he knew all of this was going on, that he was making sure it was all going on, that he was, what is it, leader, the organizer or manager of what was happening. And you have not shown me that.
Yeah, and like it's not an element they need to prove, but it's one that they have made it seem as though they need to prove.
Mhm.
You know,
Yep.
and that's just a risk with a jury because like motive, for example. A motive is not an element of an offense, but a lot of
Mm.
times people, put on motive evidence to show why something happened. But
Mhm.
if you go too far with that and the jury doesn't buy your motive, then you're going to lose them on other issues you could potentially prove because you went too far. Like that's kind of what happened with Karen Reed, like with the defense. They had this conspiracy as their defense and they ended up taking on a burden that they didn't need, and that's why that jury got hung the way that it was, because they put
Mm.
things on themselves, and the state can do that to themselves as well. That's why I have been like, you don't necessarily want a lawyer who's going to stand up there and scream about how innocent you are when being innocent is implausible here, right? So
Yeah. Star, they said we giving CNN today. Okay, I love
I need to
it.
get one of those like big election boards or whatever, what's
You
that
be
guy?
writing on the board. Yes,
I
yes,
mean,
yes. And yes, someone just brought up something else. They kept talking about the enterprise and money. Child, there was no money in this RICO. Not a nickel bags, dime bags.
well, but that's a part of their problem because you heard Atkins, they don't have to prove that. But like, because there's A and B or whatever, and B is
Mhm.
like the enhance the reputation, right? So by making it like all this money ran through Thug and this is how Thug got his money, again, you're adding a burden to yourself that you don't need to prove, because I
Mm.
do think that most people can conceptualize that like gang wars and whatever else are not necessarily about money. It's about like pride and that kind of thing. And that to me is a much more plausible motivation for
Mm.
anything that
I think you're
happens here.
right. I think I would have preferred that, not preferred. I think it would have been better for them to go that angle than
Mhm.
for them to try to say money when you didn't get financial records. We're hearing calls where people are saying Thug is not giving money. We're seeing evidence where Thug is saying, "Get away from me with that." You heard Brian
Yeah.
Steele at his plea hearing say, "Listen, he just signed a deal for $1 million. What does he need to be getting nickel and dime money from people for? He's a millionaire."
Yeah, there's just not, I
You're
mean,
right. They put this burden on themselves.
most people who are running that kind of stuff are not El Chapo, like they are doing this to pay their basic bills, like it's, I don't know. I just think it's really stupid. Most people are not that successful at dealing drugs. So
That's true too. And Missy, friends said his friends pay more than $40. I don't know what you're talking about, Missy. More than $40 on the dress of Missy. What was he gonna do with $25? What would
I mean, weren't they're moving like dime bags and shit, right? Like this was
no
not like they were
money?
bringing in bales of cocaine from Colombia,
You
right?
hear me?
Like
Nothing. I
again,
haven't heard evidence that one person, every person out there sound like they was standing at a store or having people pull up to a house. I haven't heard anybody say they was really having their way out here with it. I just hadn't heard that. I hadn't
I
heard
mean, if it was happening, we still don't know about it, you know?
that. So they want to know how long do you think the jury's going to take? It's a lot of evidence. But I don't do they have so Sarah, would it seem crazy if they went back there and came back in 2 hours, 3 hours? Would it seem crazy?
No, I mean, I will be surprised if that happens just because juries tend to take things very seriously, and they know that, you know, the nation's eyes are on this, and they want to sound like they want to appear as though they took a lot of time and consideration in their decision. That being said, the fact that this evidence has taken so long to put on, it's pretty logical to assume that they would already have their minds made up. But to the extent there's any differences, like I certainly think that there are going to be some people who are yes on the RICO and some people are no. I think that is the part that is, to the extent they're back there for a while, it's going to be about that and going through the overt acts. Like,
And if
because, you
we
know, part
stay
of their,
there,
pardon
hold
me?
on, if we stay there with some yes, some no, and we can become unanimous on the RICO, is that what happens with that charge?
Can you repeat the beginning of that?
We can't, because the decision has to be unanimous, correct? And
It
if we can't
does.
get, if we can't agree on the RICO, what happens? Is it just not guilty, or what happens there?
I mean, in theory, it should be hung. I mean, so the way that verdict form is a little bit weird, and it's why I think it's going to take a minute, because they have to put like 2 of the overt acts that they're unanimous on, correct?
Okay.
So let's say that everybody goes back there and they're like, well, they need to go through all those overt acts to decide. Like, that's what's going to take the longest, because there's 100 and whatever 90. Like, they're going to go through those, you know, like they are. I would be very shocked if they don't sit down and read through those, and that's going to take a while.
Okay.
And, you know, again, I see people like, I don't think it's implausible that people are going to think that this was a criminal street gang. I mean, you saw their
Yeah.
witnesses kind of equivocate on that, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's crazy to think people may think that. The
Yeah.
problem for the state is that their criminal street gang charges, for the most part, are tied to Chamel drinks, because it's like criminal street gang activity, unaliving Chamel drinks. Okay, well, you don't get there because you don't get the Chamel drinks part. There
Yep.
is like one possession charge, like one of them is possession of a weapon, which is that weapon that was like when they threw it out of the car or
But
whatever.
we don't know who threw it out, though.
Well, I mean, and I did a video about this yesterday, but like under a theory of constructive possession, because there was 2 people in that car, right?
Yep, 2 people. Okay, I
So
get
if
where you're going.
Yeah, like there, even if you don't know that Shannon was the one that threw it out, there is a constructive possession argument, but like this, the jury's not going to pick that up. So I'm very curious as to whether or not Hilton is going to argue that, because for that criminal street gang possession of a firearm, whatever, from the 17th, you have to make that argument to the jury. You have to make the constructive possession argument, and I don't know if Hilton is going to do that. Because I'm not sure that they see it that way. It seems to me that they think quite plainly that a jury's going to go with them on that. And if she doesn't make the constructive possession argument, which I still think is, it's weak. I don't know what the jury charge says on constructive possession, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, she's going to have to make that argument for Stowell to be convicted on that. I don't know.
I'm now you have me kind of interested in what is going to happen with that particular charge, because I think you're absolutely correct if we're going to look at it that way. That now that we look at it that way, we may get that. So I'm really interested to see what's going to be their boom. Are they going to have a boom? Are we going to believe the boom? Can Hilton fix the mess that Atkins made? And after we're done with closing arguments today, we're rolling right into deliberations, correct?
Well, how much time is everybody getting? Because I
thought they said the state was going to have 5 hours, but maybe they meant 5 hours for everything, because Atkins is done. Both defense attorneys are going to go. And then Hilton
How long did
goes.
Atkins talk?
I've been on for 3 hours. So I'm going to say lunch was probably an hour. Maybe he did 2 hours. What do y'all think? 2.5 hours? Somewhere about there. They said the state did ask for 5. 10 to 12.
Okay. Well, what is she giving the defense?
So they said it's 5 hours total. 5 hours total. So maybe they're each going to have an hour and a half. Maybe they'll each have an hour and a half. And then Hilton close it out. They said too damn long.
Well, I mean, look, I understand the desire to have a lot of time because of this comp is complicated, but the problem with having too much time is that people are going to
You
tune
lose.
out because that's
Right.
human nature, and
Yep.
they're not going to hear the important stuff that you have to say. Like 5 hours of talking, ain't nobody going to be able to pay attention to that. Um, I always try, like, no matter how much time I'm given, I try and use less than that, just because if your case is so dependent on your closing, then you didn't do your job in the trial, you know.
Well, we're seeing
Um,
that we're seeing that here, Star. Unfortunately, Atkins seems to actually be, in my opinion, he seemed to be begging the jury. I'm sorry we had y'all here so long. I know we said they said a few weeks. They didn't even say months because we watched Miss Love's opening. I'm so sorry that it was like this. But you can't hold that against us. So
well, and he had to address it, right? And I saw his like marathon analogy, and I actually thought that that was a good point, which was
I
like,
hated it.
I think you have to make that point, and there's not a great way to make it. I think it makes the point of like, look, I understand you're sick and tired of hearing us talking and whatever else, but like we're on mile 23, and you owe everybody involved in this case, defendants, victims, and whoever else, to run those last 2 miles and really sit back there and spend some time as the jury. I don't think
You
he
know why
brought
I
it
hated it,
home.
Star? You know why I hated it? I hated it simply because the marathon. You're done with the marathon within a day.
Oh,
That's why
I
I hated
mean,
it. That's why
there's
I
not a
hated it.
perfect
That's
argument.
why I hated it. Like maybe he should have compared it to something else that we could actually see the time. A
Mhm.
marathon, months of your life gone. Like he should have. I would have wanted him to use something where I could actually see that same time span. That's why I hated it. Now, if we were talking about something else, great analogy. That's just my only thing. The time. I hated the time. The time was not comparable. Even if I'm looking at it from using it as an analogy, right? I just wanted to see more time. Maybe he could have talked about, I don't know. But the
Well, I
time
don't think
wise,
he didn't do what I did there, which is say, you're on mile 23,
yeah,
and I know how tired of this you are, but we've got victims and people that were affected by this that you owe those extra 2 miles, and that's
you're
what's going to
right.
happen in Durham. He did not tie it together the way I just did.
There we go. Let's say that then. Maybe that's my issue too. And even after he did it, it didn't tie together. The mile 23, all of that, okay. Maybe that's my issue, Star. That it didn't connect. I was like, soon as he started talking, I was in my chat like a marathon. Like I needed more. They said pregnancy, Keisha, something, building a house. Like, do y'all get what I'm saying? Like, because I think a lot of us are like, what? I think the time it pissed me off. I'm in the jury like a damn marathon. Maybe he could have talked about training for the marathon.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a good point. And I mean, that's the trouble with like any kind of analogy or literally anything you do as an attorney is you
Mhm.
just never know, because
Yeah,
somebody may have thought that was the best damn analogy they ever heard, and somebody else is going to
true,
respond the way that you do. And
true.
it's the you can't have already people already so pissed off at you by the time you get to closing that one
Ooh,
more thing is just going to flip them to be like, I hate these people. And
I think
that's where
that's
the
it.
state is.
I think that's it, Star. Okay, Star. Okay. You know what? I'm going to take accountability and say because I'm so pissed off and sick of them that analogy pissed me off even more. So
Well,
I
like
think
a
you are
jury may
absolutely
feel the same
correct.
way.
I think you're absolutely correct. That probably sums up about 90% of the people watching this trial. We're tired, we're annoyed, and that analogy just was like the icing on the cake. TJ Majors, thank you so much for your super chat. TJ wants to know, Star, this may be a good question for you. Do you think a case in chief with witnesses would have helped? Or do you
For
understand the strategy for the defense? Do you understand the strategy of not doing anything?
I wouldn't do anything if I were them either, because here's the thing. What are they going to put on that rebuts the state's case? Are they
Mm,
going to bring somebody up there to be like, the only thing that you would potentially ever want to do as a defense in something like this is like for Shamel Drinks, like an alibi, but like you don't even have that because,
yeah.
it's not like they
He
weren't
was
in
there.
the area.
Yeah.
Like what can you do to like prove this wasn't a RICO or whatever? It's either you believe the state's evidence or you don't. Like and people get like annoyed about this a lot, and I have to argue with people in my comments, but like the reality is, as a defense attorney, 99% of the stuff that you do is by cross-examining the state's witnesses. And
I think that
I loved how Matt, I don't think it was Shard, I thought it was Doug that said it
it
won't
was
be
Doug.
necessary.
It was Doug. It was Doug, not Shard. It was.
And you could, I mean, the judge, and she was like, I understand that you do not wish to put on a like she was having a little fun with that. But I mean, fuck it. If I were, sorry, I know you don't want people to say that. I'd be doing the same ish if I were Doug, because whatever.
You can say shit, Star. I say it all the time on here.
Well, I said the F word.
No, oh, you said the F word. I didn't even hear that. But yes, I do agree that I do think the strategy was found. I almost feel like it kind of to the if I were a juror, yeah, I didn't know that this happens. I didn't. And I watch a lot of Law and Order, and I watch crime shows. I've seen trials before, but I don't know if I've ever seen the defense not put up a case. And so, like you said,
It's pretty
as
common.
I didn't know that. And as I've gone through the case, what I did appreciate is they did so great with the state's witnesses. I'm like, why would they do it? I understood why they didn't need to do it.
Well, and to the extent that you would ever want to put on an alternative theory as the defense, they were able to do that with the state's own witnesses. Like they didn't need to bring up their people up there to put on an alternative theory because they were able to do it quite successfully through the state's witnesses. And, why bring somebody up there that because I mean, part of the problem is going to be if you're the defense that probably a lot of the people that they could bring up and testify are people that potentially might know some bad information that the state could elicit from them, I just don't
Thought
think
about that too. And then what are you going to bring? Character witnesses? What are they going to say to refute everything that we've seen in all of this evidence, all of these Instagram pictures, videos? Like, what are they going to say to help?
And character evidence isn't admissible,
Oh,
so
then there's that. Okay, then.
yeah, like character evidence. I mean, I guess arguably maybe you could do a little bit as a defense here because character evidence is inadmissible unless it's a pertinent character trait is made at issue by the state. But I think because the allegation is like gang RICO stuff, I don't think that it was really like a pertinent character trait. Like it would be one thing if like they were arguing that Shannon Stillwell was some kind of like homicidal maniac, then maybe you could bring a witness for peaceful character. But like it's just not even a thing you want to go into really, like, because people are always like, I always have clients that are like, well, I want to put on my character witnesses. And I'm like, sir, the
Not
jury does not
today.
care. If your mama likes you, the jury doesn't care, like the jury expects that if I'm bringing your mama down there, that she likes you. So
I think that is absolutely correct. I'm very interested to see what Doug is going to say, what Max is going to say. Now, if I know Max, I hope he has some props today. Because I'm still never gonna forget the Fulton County Blues and how Glanville wouldn't let him bring that suit out.
I mean,
never
he
gonna
should
let
wear
him.
that to do his closing argument,
I'm interested to see. I just know it's going to be interesting. I know for a fact they are going to bring the shock value, and Hilton is probably going to stumble after it. Oh, y'all, if Max come up there with a bag talking about he been in Fulton County Blues, oh my God, I'm going to lose it. Oh, y'all, if Max has the Fulton County Blues, I am going to lose it. I'm telling you now, I'm going to be on mute, but I'm going to be screaming. Y'all going to hear me through the mute. I am going to be screaming if he does that.
I mean, he certainly brings his own flavor to things. It'll be interesting to see what he does. And Doug's argument, I mean, Max is snarky too, but Doug, I think, is more snarky and Max is a little bit more like aggressive, which is not me. I mean, I am actually much more of a Max than I am a Doug, in terms of how I question people and how I present myself. But I think I'm curious to see how, because I mean, absolutely, these guys have talked about their approach to this. So I'm curious as to what each of them is going to bring, especially with regards to the RICO, because their arguments are not going to be at odds in any way. So I'm curious as to how they kind of divided up their time on that.
Me too.
I mean, the good thing for the defense here is I know the state has 5 hours of shit that I don't think a lot of people are going to be able to listen to. And, you know, what have we heard Doug say time and time again, if you've seen him on people's lives, is that the people do not pay attention when the state is doing their thing and they really engage when Max is up there. Because much like all of us, the only time you really even understand what story they're trying to tell is as Max tries to take it apart.
Agreed.
You know, I think that that same energy is going to apply to closing arguments. So, I mean, in a way, it's unfortunate that the first thing that the state addressed was the RICO through Adkins, because while in theory, I suppose the jury's attention might be at its highest at the beginning, the reality of the situation is they're going to be waiting to hear what Hilton has to say in response to the defense more than anything, I think. So I don't know.
I think it's just going to be, it's going to be interesting, especially what are they going to say and how is it going to alter what Hilton plans to say? Because she's gonna probably have to address some of it. You think?
Oh, she has to. I mean,
Will she have to, or are there times where you have to improvise based on what you've heard from what the other side is saying in their argument?
yes, I mean, I think that's a little less true here than it normally is because the defense has done so much in terms of like putting on their alternative theories and stuff that Hilton is very much on notice as to what their arguments are going to be if she's been paying attention. And I don't think Hilton is a dummy, you know, like I think she's very intelligent.
None
and
of them are. Yeah, none of them
yeah,
are.
and she's been given an impossible task as well. But you know, so I think she has a pretty good idea of what her arguments need to be made that are in response to the defense, because I think she knows largely what they're going to say. But like Shamel drinks, like I don't know how you respond to the defense's arguments on that because I just don't see it. Donovan Thomas, I mean, I'm still genuinely confused as to what the hell their theory even is as to that. I don't get it. And so, you
It's
know,
too all over the place. It's too all over the place with Donovan Thomas, Shymel. You know, before seeing the FedEx video. Okay, I think they're back.
Are they back?
Yeah, they're back finally. Oh, is Max going first? Okay, y'all think it's Max. Buckle up.
All right, I'm gonna like cook my lunch and I'm gonna listen. And if I have something, I'll chime in. If you're okay with leaving me up here.
Oh yeah, just turn up your camera because I'm not really talking through the closing. So
okay,
just have at it, girl. Enjoy your lunch.
Oh, yeah, if I hear something that I can't help but come out of my mouth, I will pop it.
Okay, got you. Thank you, Starra.
Always fun to
Bloody
chat.
Monday, y'all. Bloody Monday.
That is the choice.
Guys, here we go.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Shart, you may present your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Accusations are easy to make. Allegations are easy to wage. And this indictment has plenty of both. But here's the thing. There's a big difference between making allegations and proving them in court beyond a reasonable doubt to the citizens of Fulton County. It's a different matter entirely. The state has spent the past year with a hammer in their hand, banging on a square peg that they call evidence. Banging, 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 trying so hard to fit that square peg into the round hole that they call their narrative, their theory.
And the reality is that square peg does not fit in that round hole. It never fit. The state hasn't proven their case, and they certainly haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In this indictment, the state accused Shannon Stillwell in count 1 of violating the Georgia, conspiring to violate the Georgia RICO Act. He did not. They have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty.
Now we've been good all day.
In count 2, the state alleged that Shannon Stillwell on January 10, 2015, shot and killed Donovan Thomas. He did not. The state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty of count 2. In counts 49 through 54, the state has alleged that Shannon Stillwell on March 14, 2022, shot and killed Shamel Drinks. He did not. The state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. Good morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've made this abundantly clear over the past year. My name is Max Shard, and I represent Shannon Stillwell. But that's not the entire story. In fact, I have been joined by my co-counsel, Mr. David Botts, throughout this process. And I'm excited for the opportunity to talk. Before we get started with that, I want to acknowledge you, the jurors. I want to acknowledge the immense time commitment that you have given this case. I want to acknowledge the sacrifice to your family, the sacrifice to your job, the seconds. I want to acknowledge the patience that you have shown me and all the other attorneys. And I want to acknowledge the attention that you have shown this case. It's greatly appreciated. I acknowledge the fact that you have been paying close attention to this case. And for that reason, I'm going to try to avoid rehashing every piece of evidence. I'm going to try to be as direct and concise as possible to avoid unnecessarily taking up too much more of your time. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 3 up. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get into it, okay? Count 1, as the state discussed in their opening, Mr. Stillwell is charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act. And essentially, they're saying he conspired to acquire, maintain directly or indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And while associated with an enterprise, did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. It's a lot of words, that's a mouthful. And we're going to get to talking about what that means, what it doesn't mean, how it applies to the evidence that's been presented in this case. But before we even get there, I want to talk to you about a big part of the state's case in count 1, but also the other counts that they allege against my client. And that is the state's use of quote unquote expert witnesses, more specifically, the gang investigators that they have called. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put on page 4. They've called, as you probably recall, a gentleman named Belknap, investigator Underwood, investigator Dennis, investigator Gaither, and investigator Viverito. Some of those people they've called multiple times in this case. And I want to talk to you about how to analyze their testimony and what your duties as jurors are to consider how much weight to give the testimony of those witnesses, those quote unquote self-proclaimed experts. You'll be given this jury instruction 130 about expert witnesses, and I'm going to focus on the second paragraph. It says, you are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. So, and Mr. Atkins talked about this in his opening a little bit. Expert witnesses are just like any other witness. And you're going to be instructed on how to evaluate the credibility of any witness. Not just lay witnesses, but experts as well. And there's some factors that the Honorable Court is going to give you to consider in evaluating the credibility and evaluating how much weight to give these witnesses. Some of the factors are their manner of testifying, how they come across at the stand, how they act, their means and opportunity of knowing facts for which they testify. Are they biased? And their personal credibility as you observe it. Those are all factors you can consider when evaluating Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Viverito. So let's talk about observed from the stand from these experts. I'd like to talk to you about the training. What did we learn about their training, all these experts? Well, we heard GGIA, Georgia Gang Investigation, every year. GGIA, there's 20 members. And then we learn who teaches at these seminars. Remember Detective Underwood? Remember Detective Underwood? And Detective Underwood was a nice lady, but she was sent up here on a fool's errand. Testify about the intersection of gangs and music. And she clearly wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about music. But she said, yeah, I'm qualified because I think I did a 2-hour block a couple years ago on that. Okay. I think Viverito taught that class. Okay. So now Viverito is the teacher. So I asked her, I said, oh, Nick, and that makes you an expert. Okay. Did you guys hear from any experts in Black history, Black art, any literature professors, anyone that has studied hip hop, anyone from the hip hop community, anyone from the community at large, when you guys all meet, the 20 of you, to talk about gang stuff at this seminar? No, it was just Investigator Viverito. Okay, what about scholarly reports? No. Just the more we ask these witnesses, these experts, about what their training is, what their background is, what their basis for testifying as experts and telling us how to analyze things, telling us what certain words mean, telling us what's gang related or not, telling us what's relevant and what's not. It all stems from these meetings, this echo chamber that they have, where they have hear from no one else, no outside voices at all. And they all call each other experts. And they even created an association to look official. Talk about their manner of testimony, or testifying, excuse me. Think about Lieutenant Gaither when she was on the stand. Remember when I was allowed to ask questions? I tried to ask her some questions when they weren't vague. Did she really want to answer my questions? You know, you see on direct with the state, back and forth, it's like a tango. Yeah, it's like a script. And then I get up, where another defense attorney gets up to ask questions. Can't get a simple answer for anything. What color is the sky? Oh, let me tell you about the FedEx video. Just commentary, commentary, commentary. Same thing with Investigator Viverito. Just unnecessary commentary. Avoiding answering questions that I ask. Clearly, Investigator Dennis was doing the same thing. He's out of here. He was sent home. Consider the manner that they testify and how much weight and credibility they really have in this matter. Think about their interest and lack of interest in the case, also known as their bias. Mr. Kokomo, would you put up Mr. Williams 70A for me? Remember this? Remember Lieutenant Gaither getting up there? Oh yeah, I saw that. This was important. This was a symbol of a gang war. This is the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the If Gang. Oh yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be, the expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend, Attorney Brian Steele, do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second, you're saying that this is a hawk skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover just signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you put up 471 VV? Remember this? Miss Kokomo, that's not 471 VV. And actually, could you put up 471 VVA first?
Now, if they play this Instagram, y'all, I'm gonna have to cut it off. This one got me caught.
We saw that video, but first, actually, VV. Investigator Viverito brought this into evidence, said this was one of the social media posts that she pulled. Remember that? When she wrote no reports about pulling social media, we have no idea what she looked at, what she didn't. She just determines what's relevant. Not us, not you. You don't get to see that. She determines. Remember, this came into evidence. She said, of course, she didn't give us a date because she wrote no report, but she said she collected this shortly after the shooting of Chamel Drinks. I run with, what you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers. That's Quamarvius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. It's posted a day after this killing, and it's a post, and clearly that's what it says. No other explanation. And then what do we find out later? What do we find out later? Could you put on 471 VV? Can you play it, Mr. Kokomo? We find out that this was part of a post, a story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick, a whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, right? Let's watch. We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those were featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked, but in a split millisecond, for whatever reason, these lyrics that Investigator Viverito so desperately wanted you guys to see were on the screen. And so what did Investigator Viverito do? She gets the post, she goes frame by frame until it gets to that exact point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols, words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it, and she screenshots it, and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence. And she's caught. But what does that tell you about her when we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias? Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. She's not a neutral witness. She might as well be sitting here. But I don't even think they would do that. Personal credibility as you observe it. Mr. Kokomo, could you put that other exhibit that you put up, the affidavit? .530 VV, this is the affidavit. Remember, we learned about affidavits, and Investigator Viverito was looking into the assassination attempts that she was of Mr. Rashawn Bennett in the jail. And she wanted to search Jeffrey Williams' home, right? And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence. So what does she do? She finds a conversation, a text thread, where Mr. Williams says, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head. And she bolds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge. She wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am. I know about Jeffrey Williams 3 and Jeffrey Williams 4 that Mr. Steele brought in, about the day before this text thread about Lil Uzi Vert putting a $24 million diamond into his own forehead, and Jeffrey Williams thinking that's funny, and that conversation happening, and this having nothing to do with ordering hits on anyone. Here I am. I say, oh, let me confront Investigator Viverito with this. And what was my point, really? What should have happened? Oh, yeah, I misinterpreted that. You're right. And then I would have been Mr. Smart Lawyer and say, see, jurors, Investigator Viverito doesn't always know what That's what I thought was going to happen. But what happened? It's far darker. Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, she doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on the end's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit.